Yes, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. It is match day. Everybody get your hands in the air. It's match day. We're excited because today we're going to see world-beating Tottenham Hotspur, or it's match day and we're going to see Tottenham that lose to Palace and Ipswich. Guys, hello, Lubo. Hello, Danny. Guys, excited for tonight. Bournemouth away. It's pissing down with rain. Small stadium. What are we making of it? And how are you both?
All good here. I'm delighted I'm indoors tonight. I've got to tell you. Couldn't get 425 points was the cut-off for the loyalty points. And that was me out. In fact, all of us in our crowd out the window. But to be honest with you, when I look outside and see the weather, I'm very happy I'm indoors.
That's probably the same, Dan, as most of our players, the way they've been playing lately. They'll look outside the change room and go, Gaffer, I've got a groin strain. I don't fancy it.
Yeah.
Dan, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, mate. Just a bit nervous about this game, if I tell you the truth.
Interesting. Look, let's get into it. Big up to everyone in the chat as well. I can't say hello to everyone. We'll be here all night. Big pointless having guests, but I've seen Ellie's in the chat. FC25, who's called me a true Spurs fan. Thank you for the acknowledgement. I'm normally used to getting called a fake Spurs fan. Thank you very much. Tom Thacker's here. Tony Rodriguez is here. There she is. There's Queen Ellie in the chat, still crying into her bucket as she's missing Højbjerg. How are you doing, Ellie? I hope you're okay. Boise is in the chat saying, so what's everyone's feeling if we lose tonight and Sunday? Well, we're going to talk about all of that. We'll talk about what if we win tonight and Sunday as well. We've got to have both sides of the argument. Thank you for the seal of approval on the new intro. Thank you very much. Big up to absolutely everyone. Guys, all week I have been asked, I'm sure you have, what's your prediction? And I've said the same thing all week. I refuse now to give Spurs predictions. I've got the last 5 or 6 wrong. And I don't know what the team I support actually is anymore. Can anyone give a prediction? And how inconsistent are Tottenham Hotspur Football Club?
I think a draw is the easiest way out of it.
Yeah, that's what Ian's gone for, isn't it?
But honestly, I've never been this... I don't know what's coming with Spurs. I mean, there's been a level, but not this high. I honestly, whether it was Man City we was playing there, whether it was bloody Leicester we were playing there, even if it was Real Madrid, I just don't know what's going to turn up. I haven't got a clue.
Yeah. Yeah, Ian, do you feel the same? I mean, look, you wouldn't put Spurs in an ACCA, would you?
Well, I've gone 2-2.
You got some splinters in your arse, yeah?
No. I just think it's funny. You see, results can go in runs, types of results. We went, what did we go? 11 without a draw, and now we've had 2.
Yeah. So
I'm staying with another draw because I just think, I don't know. Bournemouth are not great. They're a decent team. Mm-hmm. You know, if we pull our finger out and turn up, and if our heads are in it, you know, we could win it. Who knows? You just don't know. So I'm playing safe. I'm going for a draw.
Bournemouth have been pretty solid at home, though, haven't they?
Mm.
They've lost 1 game at home, which was to Chelsea. They've beaten the likes of City there. They've beaten Arsenal there. But the last 6 games, gentlemen, both clubs have an identical record. So both have won 3, drawn 1, and lost 2. I might be making that up. I'm pretty sure it's drawn 1, lost 2. Yeah, both clubs have drawn 1, lost 2, and won 3 of their last 6 games. But yeah, Dan, Bournemouth at home, it's a small pitch. It's definitely smaller than White Hart Lane. One thing for sure is we know they're going to be massively up for this. This is what clubs like that live for. They get into the Premier League and live for these big games that they entertain at home, don't they?
Definitely do. I mean, the thing is with Bournemouth, not the most skillful side out there. To me, I'm not saying they haven't got good players as such, but to me, they're one of these teams that more likes to get stuck into you as such.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like Bolton used to do to Arsenal, and Arsenal used to hate them with a passion, or Stoke do to Arsenal. Bolton are one of those ones that get stuck into you. And one thing that our team does not like is when it gets physical.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ian, look, I watched both the games when they beat Man City and Arsenal at home. And one thing they were is ultra competitive, like Dan said. You know, every first ball, every second ball, every header. Clubs like this have got nothing to lose because no one's expecting Bournemouth. Like if Bournemouth win tonight, and we'll do the permutations the other way in a minute. If Bournemouth win tonight, Ian, they go from 13th and they go above us into 8th, maybe 9th, depending on Fulham and Brighton playing as well. No one's expecting Bournemouth to be up in those regions anyway. So is the pressure off for a team like Bournemouth in a game like tonight?
No, I think after Arsenal, Man City, I think fans have got expectations, haven't they? And this will be one of those where, you know, guys, listen, we've beaten them. We've beaten the top two teams, aside from Liverpool. You know, let's go and win this. And so expectation occurs. Pressure mounts.
Yep.
It's a different thing with pressure. You know, if there's nothing to lose, it's like coming out when you're starting to play when you're 3-0 down, isn't it? There's no pressure. So,
yeah.
You know,
yep. So let me ask you guys then. Let's play some hypotheticals. We'll start with the negatives. We'll move to the positives in a minute. Dan, if Spurs lose tonight and lose against Chelsea, that'll be 1 win in 7. We will factually be in the bottom half of the table. No matter what happens in other games, we will be in the bottom half. It's impossible for us to lose both and finish the weekend in the top half. And we'll be 11 points behind Chelsea, probably 11 points behind Arsenal as well. If we get to that stage, are we at the stage where the club have to look at the manager if we're 11 points off of those top 4 clubs?
That is where I feel, and I've been saying for a while, Daniel Levy is going to start looking over his shoulder, basically. I mean, that game against Chelsea, like I said to you before the show, we can just put that on the side because I know we've had managers that are beaten, but in general, usually with Chelsea, we give them at least 4 points every season. So I think that one, even if we lose it 5-0, 6-0, he'd get okay, it's Chelsea. It is what it is. But we go and lose this one and then lose against Chelsea and we're 11 points out. And then we go and lose another game or draw another game and don't get a couple of consistent wins in, like 2 or 3. From 24 years of history, as all I can say is what I have seen of 24 years of history, Daniel Levy will have you out. He doesn't care about cups. He doesn't really like the Europa Cup. Okay, it's a little bit more money. He wants that Champions League for one reason only, and that is money. And I have seen Daniel Levy drop managers for less. And I think if it gets to a point in round about January is when I've been saying that we are nowhere near it and we're not going to get it with the way he's doing it, I can see him dropping him and bringing in a manager with a chance that could get us there as such. But I think we would have been so far out by January that it's not going to happen. But history says Levy does drop it if you don't bring the money in.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ian, if that happens, I'm not saying it will. Before anyone in the chat has a pop at me, we'll look at the other scenario in a minute. If we do lose both games, Ian, and we are bottom half, and we are 9 to 10 points off of the top 4 after 15 games in the Premier League, you would have to say, Ian, even the most optimistic of fan would have to say that's been a really shocking start to the season, and questions would have to be asked, wouldn't they?
They'll start asking them. While Spurs are still in the Europa League, which gives you a pathway into the Champions League, I think Ange will stay. I just think that he'll see this season out. Mm-hmm. If he's not won the Europa League and he's not and if he's not top 5, because at the moment 5th place gets you a Champions League place with the coefficient with Europe for next season. Mm-hmm. So it stays like that. 5th place gets you in.
That's a fair
I
point.
think he stays. I think he stays. I think
I
he
mean,
stays. Who does
is
he
that
replace?
enough? Is that enough? We could talk about replacements in a bit, but is that enough? If we're going to say that, well, you know, if he goes to, I'm not, again, hypotheticals, if he goes to 15th, 14th in the table, but we're going, well, hang on, he's still in Europe because he's beating Ferencvaros, Karabag, and AZ Alkmaar. Is that enough? Surely a different manager coming in would also pick up Spurs in the Europa League and have a chance, right?
On a different side of it, if, say, for instance, he is here at the end of the season and we do finish 15th, but he wins us a cup, I'm going to be one of those ones who's sort of going to flip-flop on it and say, fair enough, he's got us a cup. I'm happy with that. But he's got to get to that stage first. If we're looking for 5th place, then we need Arsenal to do good in the Champions League. Then we need Man City to do it, Liverpool to do it. We're then relying on other teams to get results to get us in the Champions League. And look where that got us last season. And with the Europa, can we do it? Yes, I think there's a possibility we can. But with the injuries coming and everything else, it's not looking fresh unless we buy about 3 players in January.
Mm. Well, we're going to talk about what Ange said about signings in January a little bit later. But, I mean, Ian, look, in the Europa League at the moment, and again, these are all hypotheticals. When people say, oh, well, we're still in the Europa, you keep hold of him. Well, of course, we're still in the Europa. We've only had 5 Europa League games. But so far, the 2 decent teams he's played, he's utterly failed against. And he's beaten, let's be brutally honest, he's beaten 3 very easy teams in the Europa League. So why would Daniel Levy keep him off the back of that?
Why? Well, because you're in the Europa, you've got a chance of winning it. I think it's very easy. You know, it's very easy to say sack someone. There's got to be a thought process. There's got to be a succession. You've got to actually think to yourself, okay, where are we taking the club going forward? Who do we think is going to be the right person to do that?
Yeah. Because
you can't just pick up and dump managers all the time. It doesn't work. And we've seen it doesn't work. And we've seen that the best clubs, the clubs at the top of the table for the last X amount of years, don't do that, apart from Chelsea, which they're an anomaly. But everybody else, you look at the Liverpool, United, Arsenal.
United do it. United have done it.
No. United had Ferguson for 26 years.
I'm not on about that. I'm on about the past, 6 or 7 years. United have gone through a fair few managers.
And look where it's got. Mind you, okay, they won 2 cups.
It's got a lot of trophies.
Right.
It's got a lot of trophies.
And still finished 2nd and 4th in the league.
Right, but if you're judging United by our standards, then they've done well. If you judge United by their standards are being up challenging for the league, winning league championships. We're on completely different levels. So for me, you've seen what's happened since Ferguson went. They've gone through one manager after another. And apart from 1 year when they came second, and they were some way off City when they did, I think that might have been 2 or 3 years ago. They've never really challenged. There's challenging and challenging. There's challenging like Arsenal have the last 2 years, and there's challenging like United have before then. You know, they were like 10 points behind or whatever. It's, you know, so for me, it's about having a strategy. Going back to the managers, have a strategy. Who do we think? Who's a good manager? Who is
anyone but Ange? Anyone but Ange.
Right. Okay, but you could say anyone but Ange.
Look, I mean,
would you want Gary O'Neill? I mean, or no. You know, would you'd want someone like an Amorim or a Nagelsmann, proven winners?
That's who I wanted
in top years. You know that you'd be looking for maybe a Conceição who's won several trophies with Porto. But how do they play? How many years do they stay at each club? Etc. What are the sort of players they buy?
Ian, how many years does any manager stay at a club?
Dan,
How many years does a manager stay there? Most clubs have a manager for 2 years at the most.
Well, City and Liverpool didn't.
Yeah,
but City and Liverpool. Look, this is the thing. If we're going to judge Spurs, we're not judging Spurs against City and Liverpool. City and Liverpool have had managers for 8-9 years because they win everything. Like we're Tottenham Hotspur. For me, I look at this and go, and again, this is hypothetical. Everyone in the chat, by the way, anyone asking me to put the team up, it's not out yet. I can't put it up. I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to be, but it's not out just yet.
7:00.
I get it, Ian. I get it. Like we say, we can't just keep sacking managers. But at what point, if we're not moving forwards, do you turn around and go, like, for example, what Dan just said there, this is where I slightly disagree. If we finished 15th, I know we always have these conversations. Would you win an FA Cup and finish 15th? Hell no. Hell no. Yes, we need to win a cup, but that's no excuse for finishing low down in the league. Should be able to do both. Should be able to go for Champions League football and win a cup. It shouldn't be you have to have one or the other. And for me, if the manager finishes bottom half and wins a trophy, I'm sorry, yeah, brilliant. You've won a trophy, but you finished bottom half in the Premier League, mate. You've had £400 million. For me, that's sack.
Okay.
But we're so poor. No, we are so poor in the cups and everything that it's unbelievably poor that we're probably the worst team on this planet for underachieving. For the size of us, I can't think of a club that is any worse in the world for our underachievement for the size. And if a manager comes in and wins a cup for us, that's going to shut up a lot of people, me included, for a season. To push the season aside and look on the positive side of it in the aspect of he got us a cup. Yes, he was shit in the league. Do I think he's going to do any better next season? No, I don't. But he got us a cup and I'll be happy with it.
Yeah, but not if you
But I need to see that cup first.
Surely not if you finished in the bottom half.
I would, because I'm that desperate for some silverware at Spurs. I wouldn't be happy with the league, but I'd sort of turn my back to the league and just say, got us a cup.
Oh, no.
That's how desperate I am for a bit of silverware.
Not for me, lads. I mean, look, each to their own. Not for me. If a manager finishes bottom half as the Spurs manager, you've got to go. I'm not saying he will. I'm just hypothetically. If he finishes bottom half, that would be our worst fit league. I've got to look at this up. 1 second. Tottenham Hotspur. How do I spell Hotspur? What am I doing here? Tottenham Hotspur league finishes. Here we go. Anyone want to have a guess? If we finished in the bottom half, how that would be our worst finish for how many years?
20 years.
It's got to be about 15 years,
18 years. No, we finished. We haven't finished lower than 8th since we won the League Cup in 2008.
So the answer is 08.
08.
08, we finished 11th. So we finished bottom half once since the 03-04 season. So in 21 seasons, we finished bottom half once, which ironically was when we won a trophy. Right?
So it's about 17 years.
So about 17 years ago, we finished in the bottom half. For me, though, again, if you finish bottom half with these players, serious questions need to be asked about this man's ability.
Of course they do.
Serious questions need to be asked. Now, look, I'm going to bring the league table up. I want to show you guys something. And by the way, this comment when you said Savva, you're talking like we can get managers when everyone said no to us. Well, not everyone said no to us. That's not correct. If you look in the last 5-6 years, we've had Mauricio Pochettino, right? Jose Mourinho. We've had Antonio Conte. Like, not everyone says no to us, right? For me, I think Spurs need a manager like a Thomas Frank, an Iriola, someone like the manager we're playing tonight. Somebody that doesn't need the best players in the world to get a good team shape, make them hard to beat. But I want to show you guys the league table so we can get a little bit of context here. No, I don't. It won't. Oh, God, it won't work. So I've got the thing set up in the back. Look, basically, we are currently sitting, guys. We are 8th. Now, yes, we've got a game in hand. Win that game in hand tonight, and we will definitely finish the night in 5th or 6th. The reason I say 5th or 6th is it depends on what Brighton do tonight away at Fulham. So if Brighton get a point, we can't finish the night in the top 5. If Brighton don't get a point, we can. However, Fulham could also overtake us tonight if they beat Brighton and we lose. And Bournemouth could also overtake us. So we could finish the night in 10th. I keep being told that the underlying stats are showing that we're moving forward, guys. The underlying stats are showing we're better. But we're currently 6 points down on last year, right? We're currently 6 places lower than we were after game 13 last year. Are things getting better and we're a bunch of negative Nellies? Or is league position, results, and points on the board the be-all and end-all? That's
this
to the
one
chat as well. Please join in the chat.
This one is one that I find quite comical in the aspect of when people say, oh, yeah, but you look at the teams we've played and the results against those teams we've played, we're actually better off than we were last season. Well, that's got nothing to do with it at the end of the day, because we are doing worse than last season. If it comes to the end of this season and we do a double on City, we do a double on Liverpool, we beat Arsenal, we beat Chelsea, but then end up still finishing 7th or 8th or 9th because we've lost against Palace twice, lost against Leicester, lost against Newcastle twice, whatever else. Is everyone going to then sit there and say, yes, but we beat those teams, so technically we're doing better now? No, they're going to look at the table and go, well, we beat those teams and we're still doing worse. It is what the points say at the end of the day for me.
Yeah, Ian, it's an interesting one because, look, I do agree with Dan on this one, because I think when we judge our team versus the same teams from the year before, it's different players. Some of the teams have different managers, different players, different tactics, different time of the year you're playing them, different form. So how do you think after 13 games, which is what I know it's, I was going to say exactly a third. It's as much a third as it can be if there were 39 games instead of 38. But a third of the season, Ian, how are we judging the start of this season versus the start of last season?
I don't see how you can, because we had those great first 10 games and since then we flatlined. So nothing's changed from Chelsea onwards. It's the same. So last year we're marginally better this year. Last year from Chelsea, November the 6th to Sheffield United.
It's not true. Sorry, this is. Sorry, I was just pointing out this isn't true. There are loads of clubs that change their managers all the time. This is not true. Sorry, go on, Ian. Sorry, mate.
So 1.42 between Chelsea and Sheffield United. That's points per game average. This year, 1.51. I think, 1.51. So that's where we're up to. It's pretty much the same. So nothing much has changed since November last year, and here we are, first week December. So in 13 months, our form has flatlined, and we are basically 1.5 points a game. You're looking at get 3 points every 2, win, lose, in effect, all the way through. So, you know, you had a great run. You had 10 games with 20 points, and then you had 9 games with 10 points to finish off the second half of the season. So we finished up last year. What did we have? We had 29. We had 36, 37 points first half, and then we had 29 points second half.
Just quickly, sorry. Just quickly, Ian, do you want me to give you the team?
Go on.
Would everyone like the team news? So hang on, I'm just trying to get the Bournemouth team as well. There we go. I've got both. Here we go. Right, so Tottenham line up with Forster in goal. Archie Gray, Dragasine, Davis, and Udogie. So Archie Gray is going to play at right back. Sarr, Basuma, and Maddison in midfield with Kulusevski. Huh?
Kulu playing right wing.
Hang on, let me go through the team. I'll get you there. And Kulu, Solanke, and Johnson. So Son and Porro dropped to the bench. So Austin, Porro, Spence, Reggie, Bergval, Ulasesi, Werner, Son, and Lancashire. So no Son, no Porro. Werner also drops out the team from the weekend. Guys, before I get your immediate thoughts on this, the Bournemouth team is like this. It's Kepa in goal, a back four of Smith, Kirkez, Zabanyi, and Houston, however that's said. Ryan Christie and Tyler Adams in midfield with Tavernier, Semenyo, and Cliver, and Evan Nilsson up front. So for anyone that didn't get that, Forster in goal, Gray, Dragusin, Davis, Adogi, Saab, Basuma, Madison, Kulu, Solanke, Johnson. Gentlemen, what do we make of Tottenham's lineup tonight?
I get what he's done. I'm seeing what he's doing here. I like the idea that he's dropped Son, because that last game that Son played, that is the worst I've ever seen him play for Spurs. I get why he's put Kulusevski on the right. Porro had to get dropped as well because he's been shocking the past 6 games. He looks shot as well at the moment. I get why he's put Kulu on the right. And for me, that is to cover our weakest point on that pitch now, which is going to be little Archie Gray.
Is he on the right? Why is he on the right?
Who, Archie Gray?
No, Kulu.
Kulu. I thought you said Kulu was going to be on the right.
Well, they've got Johnson, Kulu, Solanke as the front three.
Well, if it's Johnson on the right-hand side, then we are in trouble in a big, big way. I would have thought he'd put Kulu. I would have thought he'd take the chance of putting Johnson on the left and putting Kulu on the right, because that Archie Gray needs covering big time, because he is not a wing back. And every single game he has played for us as a wing back, he has got destroyed because they have teamed up on him because he is the weak spot there. Except when we had Kulu coming on there and covering him a bit. Johnson can't even cover himself. It's just not his game. And he is not going to be able to help Archie Gray. And why the hell doesn't he put Spence there, who is a right back, a wing back, and goes and puts bloody Archie Gray there? To me, that has got no common sense in it whatsoever. And that has now got to show that there is an issue between Spence and Ange.
Well, look, let me go to Ian.
Surely.
But before I do, Ian, I've got to read out a super chat. So I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to get the Brighton Fulham game on. It's on Amazon. Is the word I was looking for. There you go, Amazon. That's kicking off in about 25 minutes. Big up to the Blaine Dev, who has given away 5 Football Heritage TV memberships. 5 of you lucky people get to be the members of this little doggy's channel. This dog here, Frank of my house. Big up to you, Blaine Dev. That's very generous. And then, if that wasn't enough, Blaine Dev has come in again. Said, Savva and panel, we have the most goals and somehow 3rd or 4th best defence. So really, where is it going wrong in terms of points? I reckon consistency, but would love all your viewpoints. Blaine Dev, hold that thought. We're going to come back to this after Ian gets to talk about his favourite human in the world, Archie Gray, for a few minutes. So I'm coming back to this, but Blaine Dev, thank you very much. And the super chats, the memberships were given to, I don't know if I can see that, memberships. I don't know if who they were given to, but he did give 5 memberships. So thank you very much. We'll come back to the super chat in a minute. Ian, we spoke briefly on the phone earlier. Gray starting at right back over Spence.
Madness. Absolute madness. Just madness. Gray's a central midfield player. Spence is a right back. Another crazy decision by Ange. There'll probably be a lot of people on here that are quite surprised by what I've said. But I've said all along, if everybody listens to what I've said for the last few weeks, Gray is a central midfield player. He's not a right back. Mm-hmm. And I agree with Dan. I think he'll play Kulu on the right, and I think he'll play Johnson on the left.
He's got to. If he plays Johnson on the right, we will get destroyed.
Well, isn't it? If you're 2 on 1 and 3 on someone, then the defender's going to get destroyed every time. If they double up and triple up. Roma were tripling up at some stages last week. It was just ridiculous, just crazy. Son and Porro being benched, I fully agree. The rest of the team, I think, probably speaks for itself.
Can I just ask you boys a question then before we get to Blame Dev Super Chat? And I'd love to get everyone's take on this in the chat. Completely agree with you, Dan. Got to play Kulu to protect Gray. Doesn't then Johnson shifting out to the left completely leave Udogie, who's never in the left back position either? Doesn't that now make the right wing for Bournemouth an area of where they're going to attack? Because
I agree.
But
Udogie I agree totally, but Udogie is that little bit safer than Archie Gray on the right as such. But if we play inverted again, we've got a good idea what will happen with that anyway. We've already proved it that when we don't play inverted, we are a significantly better team.
I mean, I looked at the weekend at the number of times they attacked down Udogie's wing with Kene Tete and that. And now if he's got Brennan Johnson in front of him, I don't get this, guys. I don't get this. Why Jed Spence, first of all, he was absolutely mugged off, in my opinion, by Ange by not putting him in the Europa League squad. And now we're getting to the stage where we need to rest Porro and he's still not the go-to guy. I'm going to ask a question. Is this the club telling him that he's got to play Archie Gray by whatever means because of the money involved in it? Because otherwise Archie Gray won't be happy? Or is this a manager that does have an issue and doesn't rate Jed Spence to the point where he thinks Archie Gray is a better right back than Jed Spence?
I think it's very simple. He doesn't rate Spence, that's for sure. He doesn't rate him. I mean, he's left him out the Europa squad. He left him off. He put him on the bench for Coventry, and that was madness. That was the perfect game, with Spence not being in the Europa squad and him making 8 or 9 changes for Coventry. So you saw that, and Spence came on and saved his arse, basically. Mm-hmm. And I just think it's madness. Porro needs a break. Porro's looked out of sorts for a week. The guy's knackered. You can see he's knackered. He's played.
Focused on him.
I think Porro's probably played more minutes, I think, than any other player for Spurs this season. So, for me, that's the right thing. I would have played Spence. I would have played Spence. Gray's first one on now with Benson Core injured. If Madison or not Madison, because that's creative. If Bassoon or Sarr get injured or run out of steam, then you put Gray in there, but not a right back. That's crazy. But then still, it's another crazy decision in amongst many that this manager has made.
But the one thing I can understand is if Levy has pulled him over and said, right, we've spent 40 million on this boy, I want to see him on that pitch. We've all known Levy to do that before. That one wouldn't surprise me either. But from a manager's side, it's one or the other. It's got to be one or the other. But even if you've got a problem with a player, surely you are not going to put the team at jeopardy as such by putting a player there who has been a liability nearly every time he's played there, where he's been focused on, not through his own fault, but where he's been focused on because he is not a bloody wing back.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because look, I think, first of all, I want to make it really clear. When I say Spence should start, it's not me going, oh my God, Spence is amazing. Look, this guy, we made the decision to give him a new contract, to keep him at the club. Why? We've done that, not giving him any minutes in the league, knowing that he is not eligible to play in the Europa League because of Ange's decision. If you are Archie Gray right now, are you sitting there thinking, what have I got to do to get a minute in front of a midfielder? And why am I starting in front of another right back? Like, what's he thinking? Or is he just happy he's playing? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's going to be going through his head?
He won't be happy he's not playing central midfield, that's for sure.
Sure.
Well, a lot of other things, like something you've said before, Ian, and you've said before, Savva, me, Stel, Lee, Mike, Poland, like a lot of us, Dietrich has said it, is you keep playing a young player in the wrong position and he keeps getting destroyed every game, you're going to destroy his mentality. And then where you're going to pick him up from. All of a sudden, throw him in the middle where his mentality is already beaten to the ground. Are you telling me he's going to get all that hyped up because he's in the middle and he's going to level up just like that?
I must be honest, Dan. I don't see him being destroyed mentally. I haven't seen him. To me, the way he plays, given where he is, I think he gives a good account of himself.
I'm not saying now.
No,
but we keep doing it. We keep doing it, yeah?
Yeah.
He's only an 18-year-old and he's only human in that aspect, yeah?
He's probably pissed off, Dan. He's probably pissed off that he's not playing.
But if every game he plays, he turns out that he's the blatant liability that they all focus on because he is in the wrong position, surely that's going to break a player down.
I've got to tell you something, Dan. I think clubs focus on our wing, on those spaces behind Porro and Udogie. I don't think it's Archie Gray. Let's do that.
No, they do focus on them.
No.
Whenever Archie Gray has played, he's had a minimum of 2 or 3 players on him every time without fail.
You went to the game Saturday.
Yes.
Gray didn't start. I remember you saying on the podcast you were stood behind the goal. You could see clearly they're focusing down behind the wing backs because they're all inverted behind Porro and Udogie, and Fulham had a field day. Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether it's Gray, whether it's Porro, whether it's Udogie, whoever it is.
Disagree.
They focus down there.
Because the majority of the time they do, because that is that weak spot. But you don't usually see 3 players sitting round Porro. You don't see 3 players sitting round Udogie because they know that if they get forward with it, they can do something. Every single game I've seen the poor fella play, and I'm not slating him saying he's not good, but we've all agreed he's in the wrong position. Every game he's played, they have focused on him 110% to have 2 players around him, up to 3 round him at all times. And he has been caught out.
Seeing that lineup, guys, if you're Bournemouth, and I don't know whether they were planning to plan there anyway, you would be, just me, seeing that lineup, I would be pulling Semenyo to one side and saying, again, I'm just making this up. I know you were going to play on the right, Semenyo. I want you on the left. Run at this kid.
Destroy.
Yeah. That's all I would tell him. Run at this kid. I'd be telling who's the left back, Herkes. Keep overlapping. Keep running at this kid. And I know that sounds horrible, but that is, you look for other teams' weaknesses, right? That is what I would do. But Ian made a great point there. This is what teams do to us anyway, Ian, right? Teams anyway. I look at Bournemouth there. Their strength is going to be they've got 3 players in behind Evan Nilsson that are all quick, all tricky, and all they're actually all natural wingers in terms of Cliver, even though he's going to play probably more in the middle. But you've got Cliver, it's completely gone on my head now, Semenyo, and come on, Richard, get there quicker. Cliver, Semenyo, and
Cliver.
Yeah. And Cliver, Semenyo, and Tavernier, right? They're all quick players that want to get on the outside, that want to run at people. This could be a long night, couldn't it? It could be a long night, guys.
Just one point I want to make quickly, and I'll leave that to Ian, whatever, yeah? You see what you just said there with what you said about if you was the manager, that was what you would do. That's exactly what I would do. Why? Because even if it was a last-minute decision, because I would be adapting to that game. There's the weak spot. We didn't see that before. There's the weak spot. Swap, focus. That is what I mean by adapting to a game, if he does go and do that.
Well, I'll tell you what else is a weak spot, just before I bring in Ian. 558 people in the chat, 116 likes. That is absolutely pathetic. Come on, guys. Surely we can get to 250. Surely, even that's not 50%. I'll bring in Stel, but even that's not 50%. 558 people, 114 likes. Please, can 100 of you right now? And shamelessly, I'm 7 subscribers away from 14.4K. If we could get 7 subscribers, that would be absolutely amazing. Welcome to the show, Stel. Ian, I'll let you finish off, and then I'm going to start with Blaine Dev's question. I'll get Stel to answer that.
Which point?
Your point was about them with their wingers, with Semenyo, with Tavernier.
Every game. But we've been saying this since for a year, haven't we? I stood behind. I was behind the goal high up at Fulham, and I saw it just like you did on Saturday, Dan. You could see the way they overloaded on both wings with Porro and Udogie at Craven Cottage.
They kept swapping it over all the time as well, basically. It was
3-0, and they absolutely killed us. And this is typical. You know, you saw what Salah did to Emerson at Anfield. They were 4 up. Brighton could have been 7 up at half time. And that we've said all along, that's where the problem is. Playing inverted fullbacks, leaving massive gaps down the wing. Yeah. And Solanke scored a lot of his goals because he had 2 wingers putting balls in for him last season. So, you know, what are we going to see today? Dragison's going to be pretty busy, and so is Davis.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, look, Stel, welcome to the show. Let me start with you here. Before I get back to Blaine Dev's comment, which I'll ask Stel about, Daniel Harris, big up, Dan. Really appreciate you, my friend. I said, Ange doesn't rate Spence and feels he has to play Gray. Fine. But he doesn't then go and buy a new fullback in Jan. I'll be fuming. Yeah, look, there's a lot to be said for this, isn't there? That, you know, we didn't buy any fullbacks in the window. We didn't buy any defenders at all, if I'm not wrong. We didn't buy any defenders at all in the summer. Kept Spence, and you're thinking, right, okay, well, Spence is your backup right back. Reggie's your backup left back. Neither of them can buy a minute of football. Dan, you would think we would buy another fullback, but we're going to, after the next comment, Dan, we're going to talk about what he said this morning about transfers, because I can't wait to get Stel's take on that. But big up to you, Dan. Thank you for this. Stel, Blaine Dev has said, Savva panel, we have the most goals and somehow the 3rd or 4th best defence. So really, where is it going so wrong in terms of points? I reckon consistency, but would love all your viewpoints. Stelios.
Sound like my school teachers before they're going to tell me off. Stelios.
Stelios?
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Ian, Dan?
All good, man. All good. All good.
Listen, I'm relaxed. I'm calm. Don't know what to predict tonight. Could be a masterclass. Could be a disaster class. Listen, it's Tottenham. I'm past caring, predicting. Whatever happens tonight happens, and we'll just talk about it later on. But yeah, the issue is when we win big. So we'll score 4 goals and concede none. So, you know, we smashed Everton 4-0. We smashed, I think, Villa 4-1, West Ham 4-1, Man United 3-0, Man City 4-0. So 75% of your goals have come from 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, that's 19 right there. I think, is it 4 times we've scored 4? What's that? 16, 3 against 16. Man U. That's 19. Yeah.
So about 75% of your games have come from 75% of our goals have come from 4 games. I've said it in previous streams. When we are in a game where it doesn't go to plan, or when we're up against it, and we require either the manager to tactically, not substitution, tactically restructure us to counter what the other team's doing to us, or look at 1 or 2 players that can change the game, the way Harry Kane did, the way Berbatov did, the way Gaza did, the way these kind of players could do, then we don't have the players and we don't have the manager. So what happens is we then lose these games. And all the losses this year have been by 1 goal.
Yeah.
2-1 to Newcastle, 2-1 to Ipswich. The last 2 games we drew, we only scored, 1 or 2 goals. So the issue we've got is when it goes to plan and the other team don't know what to do, because there's some other bad managers out there and some other teams that don't have good players, when they don't know what to do, or they just have a bad day. Sometimes you play a good team like Man City who are having a bad day. That happens. We're fine because we're in our comfort zone. We know we don't need to change anything because the plan is working. But when it's not working, which in life it happens, you plan to do something comes up, right? We've got to change the plans. I look at the manager and I think, can you do it? And most of the time he can't. And then I look at the players and I say, right, can one of you grab hold of this game? Can one of you do something extraordinary? Like we saw yesterday, Isak with that wonder strike to put Newcastle 1-0 up. I don't see it. So I don't break the players because they haven't shown me when it really needs something special when we're up against it. No one steps up. And this manager, tactically inept when it doesn't go to plan. And like I've said, sometimes players just for whatever reason are not at the races. Sometimes your tactics just get nullified because the other manager spots something and says, you know what, let's try this and see what they've got. Well, if we haven't got a response to that, or if we haven't got players that can get up for it when we're really in, down and out, that's why we are top, really good goal scorers, really good clean sheets, but the points don't resemble it. That's why. It's the
Still,
players.
you're wrong. Still, you're wrong. Look, this guy's told you're wrong. You're wrong. We do have the manager. He is great tactically against Villa, City, and United.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. This is a simple answer, isn't it? United sacked their manager. We were one of the teams that helped get him sacked. So clearly the manager wasn't quite at it. City, listen, my man, if you're going to compare us to a club that's won 6 league titles, God knows how many doubles, trebles, cups in the last 6 years, as soon as they go for a blip, if you're going to compare us to that, then I don't think you understand football, or you're just trolling. And as for the, what was the other game, Villa, didn't we beat Villa last year 3-4-1? So we're going to beat teams. We are going to beat teams. I'm specifically talking about when it doesn't go to plan, show me. Show me what we've got. And most of those moments, the manager and the player show me we ain't really got much. That's what I'm talking about. So,
and every single one of those games we won still, we didn't play inverted wing backs.
Probably not, no.
No, we didn't. Not. We didn't. Yeah. We didn't play Angie's usual way.
Look, unfortunately, I like Proximo. He or she is never rude, but I've never seen any critique come out of Proximo. This is one of those fans where Spurs could lose 9-0 tonight and I'd still be told that I'm negative against Ange. You know what I mean? It's that sort of person. I mean, if we're going to play this game, I'll see your Villa, City and United and I'll raise you Ipswich, Crystal Palace and Leicester City. Where were the tactics against those 3 teams that we didn't get any, that we got 1 point out of 9? Add Fulham in, we got 2 points out of 12. So, it's swings and roundabouts.
Savva, do you know, we've got this really bad habit at the club of flip-flopping and not sticking to what we say. I'll give you 2 classic examples. You smash Man City, masterclass, players are brilliant. You lose the next game, it's the manager hasn't been backed, and injuries. Yet those same variables applied for Man City. The other one is where I've just lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it. There's another one we're doing at the moment. I'll come back. It'll come back to me.
No worries. We'll go back to that. I mean, guys, look. I mean, it is interesting because do you know what? I remember there was a game maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where we didn't have a single fullback on the bench. Today we've got 3. Right? We've got 3 fullbacks on the bench today in Reggie, Spence, and Porro. Now, obviously, Porro we know is on the bench not because he's dropped, he's being rested, and most clubs rotate players, right? But I just don't see the point in Spence and Reguilon being at this club. I genuinely don't. The excuses...
I've remembered it. Sorry.
Go on, go for it.
Yeah. Sorry. Whilst I've got it here, don't interrupt you. Yeah, so the first one is when we win, don't worry about injuries. Don't worry about not being backed. When we lose, injuries back. The other one is, and this is a brilliant one, when we lose to Newcastle and when we draw to Leicester, but we outplayed them, we deserve better, that doesn't truly reflect us. And I heard Ariane waffling about this on We Are Tottenham TV when you were debating him, saying, but I can, okay, fine. But why aren't you saying that when Coventry completely outplay us and when Fulham completely outplay us? They deserved better. We didn't deserve to get anything from those games. But you see, this is what happens. When it suits us, we've got a story. But when the exact same thing happens against us, but we don't talk about that.
Like this.
Exactly.
Like United having 10 men for 50. Yeah,
exactly.
Look,
but we did. To be fair, Savva, we were battering them before they went down to 10 men. But I get the point.
Fulham had 10 men for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, look,
And they
I'm
still
not
had the
happy.
best chance. And they still had the best chance in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's flip this. Let's flip this on its head, right? We've got a good chance tonight, guys, to put ourselves again. We can't go top 4, but we can get ourselves back up there with the bigger boys if we're gonna play City, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Chelsea, which I can't see how that's not the top 4 at the end of the year in some way, shape, or form. It's normally these games when we've got the chance to close the gap where we don't. So I'm going to ask this question, guys. Is a point good enough tonight? Because a point would still leave us 5 points off the top 4 with Chelsea at home next. Is a point good enough tonight?
No.
You got to go for a win every game. Doesn't matter who you play, you got to go for 3 points. So, listen, Spurs may well.
It's Bournemouth here. Let's get down to let's talk real talk here. Are we saying Spurs are not in the league of Bournemouth, that we shouldn't be saying you should be not getting 3 points, right? If this was Liverpool away, Man City away, if this was Arsenal away, if this was Newcastle away, even Fulham away, top 10, you think Bournemouth?
You get it.
Is this where we're at? Is this where we're at, people? Bournemouth. We're saying, oh, you know, this is what we've become. This is what we've become. Bournemouth's a tough game for us now. This is how good Ange is and the players are, that Bournemouth's a tough game.
Do you not think there was an Arsenal version of Stell and a Man City version of Stell on their podcast saying the same thing before they went down to Bournemouth? No game's a given. No game is a given in the Premier League.
Yes, you're right. You're right. But I'm talking about a club that's got this super stadium, spends all this money, got these amazing players, challenging in Europe, wanting to get top 4, trophies in the second season. What's Bournemouth's ambition this year? Stay up. Are we now saying this is a tough game? Like,
no, I think
our standards have dropped, is what I'm trying to say.
Isn't the defeat, Ian?
This should be a win. It must be a win, Savva.
Surely, though, Arsenal losing there and City losing there, these are anomalies. Spurs lose games like this all the time. Do you know what I mean? Isn't that the difference, Ian? That for me, I don't think
you're saying.
Hang on. I don't think it's a massive shock if we don't win tonight. City and Arsenal not winning there, the world goes, wow, that's a shock. For me, I don't think losing at Bournemouth, I'm not saying we will, I'm just hypothetical. I don't think it would be a shock.
Look at the record for the last 13 months.
Where are they in the league, Ian? Where's Bournemouth in the league, people?
So, hang on. I know where Ian's going with this. So, Bournemouth in the league are 13th, but 2 points behind Tottenham. And they're currently over the last 12 months, by the way, Bournemouth have 1 less point than Tottenham in the last 12 months. 1.
So, a Bournemouth really, really good, or a Tottenham not as good as everyone makes them out to be? It's got to be one of the two here, people. And I'm saying Tottenham aren't as good as what they, make out to be. If what we're saying now is Bournemouth, tough game away, top teams don't look at Bournemouth and think tough game. They think, let's go there, dominate the game, impose ourselves, get 3 points, and show them who the small club is on the South Coast. But we're going into this game.
I'll agree.
Could lose this.
I'll agree.
Still, I think
agree with that so far, but Bournemouth aren't no mugs in the aspect. Like I said, they're a very physical team, and they've got some good wingers. And in the Premiership, that's why I say it is the greatest league, because anybody can beat anybody, and you might raise an eyebrow. Whereas in other leagues,
please stop that silly narrative, Dan. We've had this chat before. Anyone beats anyone in every league.
Not quite the same way the Premiership.
Sorry,
when it comes to Bournemouth,
how can the win be different in another league than this league? What's different about it?
Because when someone like Leicester, or when someone like Bournemouth, or when someone like at the very bottom goes and beats Man City, you raise an eyebrow and say, wow. But then you're not that surprised because of the league. Anyone beats anyone. Whereas in other leagues, one of the teams at the bottom goes and smashes one of the leagues at the top, there's a lot more surprise in it, is what I'm saying. Whereas in the Premier League,
this is what happens when English people are arrogant. Sorry, I'm going to call it. I watch a lot of the other leagues. Bayern Munich lose games, Barcelona lose
everyone
games.
does.
More than you think. Yeah, for me, it's a massive shock. When Arsenal lost at Bournemouth, I was shocked. It wasn't, anyone can beat anyone. I was shocked. Yeah. Barcelona lost at the weekend.
Surprised is more the word for me. Surprised, not shocked.
I don't buy this nonsense about how great the Premier League is. Look at the standard of our league.
That's purely opinion.
Hang on one sec. Let me put this to you. There is more money in the Premier League than any other league. You agree?
Yeah. Agreed. Yep.
And even the clubs at the bottom get 100 million from television.
Yep.
So overall, the strength, you may whether you think the top teams are on the same level is another argument. But overall, looking at the 20 clubs, the teams there are stronger because they've got more money to buy better players. And you see the lower clubs spending money, whereas you don't see lower clubs in the other leagues spending that sort of money.
But we're now saying that every single signing equates to quality. Oh, Fulham are 1-0 up.
No.
Fulham are 1-0 up.
I'm talking. No, it's a general conversation. You get good and you get great signings. You get rubbish signings. But overall, because of the money that's in the Premier League, the lower level clubs are able. That's right. Okay, it happens. But how many Las Palmases are they going to be to beat Barcelona this year? There might be one or two. That's it. But in the Premier League, any team could beat any team. You know that.
This is not true. Sorry, I know we're going off on a tangent. This isn't true. If you look at the top clubs in the Premier League, how many games a season do they lose? They hardly lose any. We're talking as though they get beaten week in, week out by the lower teams.
I think you're just taking this the wrong way when it comes down to it. As all I'm saying is, that there's a lot more shock in other leagues when a bottom team beats a big team. No one said it never happens.
English
in the Premiership,
and from English fans, there's more shock.
Speak for yourself then. Whereas
I'm not speaking
what
for
I see in the Premiership is more of a surprise. Other leagues, it's more of a goddamn shock.
No, I'm guessing you don't watch a lot of the other leagues just from the way you're talking. If I'm going to be honest,
I watch Serie A all the time.
Okay, but we're not talking about Serie A is the tightest league in the world, isn't it? Over the last 3-4 seasons, that's been the tightest league there is. But in Spain, Real Madrid and Barcelona every year probably lose the same amount of games as City and Arsenal would. And they always drop a few to silly teams the same way City do every year, the same way Arsenal do every year. I don't think it is any... Look, we can do this all day long. I'm just so bored of hearing how strong the Premiership is and it's the toughest league in the world. If it was, we'd win every single European competition.
No, not at all. No one has said that. No one has said that. You're blowing it out of proportion. You're blowing it out of proportion. I'm using two separate words. Surprise and shock. They're two different things.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, we'll get back to it. But you always do this about the English league. Like, the standard of the Premiership at the moment is the worst I've seen it for 25, 30 years. If I'm going to be sorry, for me, I think the standard is crap right now.
It's not great at the moment.
Right. Look, I don't even know where we were now. Ian, I think you were saying something about Bournemouth are not bad. They're not a bad team. But over the last year, Ian, everyone who's telling me Ange is on track and the process and the project is working, Bournemouth have taken one less point. So if Bournemouth beat us tonight, in a calendar year, they've taken more points than Tottenham Hotspur. They have a tiny little stadium. I don't even want to know what they spend on players. I'm guessing they lose their best players year in, year out. How can that be? Hang on. Oh, sorry. Fulham should have been 2 up. Iwobi's running them ragged. Sorry, gone.
So if you're a bookie and you're looking at the form guides,
your
low odds are going to be for a draw tonight, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pretty much. They're neck and neck in the table. They're 2 points between. They're a point between them in the last 12, 13 months. It's got draw written all over it, hasn't it? Why is it a surprise if Spurs don't win? The form guy says otherwise, doesn't it? This is where we are as a club at the moment. So thinking in Poch's days, you go to Bournemouth, yeah, of course we're going to win. Mind you, which was the game where we had Foyth sent off and someone else got sent off?
Yeah, that was Poch at the end of his tenure, wasn't it?
Was that Poch? That was the season.
No, Joe Conte.
Was it Conte?
Wasn't it? What's his name? Juan Foyth, wasn't it?
And Sonny got sent off as well that day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I can't. Since then, I think we won 2-0. We won 3-2 after being 2-0 down. That was brilliant. Benson Core got the winner, 93rd minute. Last year was 2-0. Maybe that was the same one. I'm sure we won the last two at least. So, listen, you just don't know, do you? You haven't got a clue with this team. But the form guide says a draw tonight.
Yeah, I mean, still, let me come to you. I mean, doesn't it just show that when we're talking about all the underlying stats and what Ange has come in to do, and he's changed the perception of the club, and Bournemouth's manager's been there less time, if I'm not wrong, than Ange. I think, didn't he come in at the beginning of last season?
Yeah, same as Ange.
Did he come in the same as Ange? I can't remember. Either way, roughly the same time, and he's got as many points as Ange with Bournemouth's squad. So what is the excuse for Ange with our squad, Stel?
His tactics. They stink. Listen, last night, right, people were saying, oh, Arsenal, Stoke City FC, all they do is score corners. Sorry, the game before they smashed somebody by 5 goals. Didn't they go to Sporting Lisbon and destroy them, right? Yep. Okay. Arsenal are able to play different ways to beat the team. If they can't score a goal from outfield play against Man United, you know what? We've got another tactic, set piece. They go to that tactic. They've got different weapons in their armory.
Look what they did with us. They shut up shop.
But there's other teams they just go at and they get normal goals, long range, short range, tap, whatever. We have one specific method. And we've seen it a lot this season. That ball across the box, back post, open space, tapping. Fine. If it works, do it every game. If it works, who cares? But when it doesn't work, now what? And this is where you look at the manager, or you look at an exceptional player to do something out of, extraordinary. And this is where we don't have it. So, this is what I was saying to you, Ian. There's no excuses, right? Bournemouth's manager has had roughly the same time, far less resources. Are we now saying the money that we've spent, we have a weaker squad than Bournemouth, that we go into this game thinking we might lose? Because surely if you've spent 300 million, you've got a better squad, and your manager is turning up trees, you should go into this game saying, we've got this. What are we worried about? But we're not. Why? And this is the point I'm making. Manager, players. We haven't really signed good players that people think we have. And their manager is doing more with less resources. And he's not the only one. Hörsler. Look what he's doing at Brighton. How's he doing that with less resources? He's only been there, 3 months? Maresca's walked into Chelsea, who a lot of people said were in disarray and that they've wasted £1 billion. Suddenly everyone's saying they're in a title race. But at some point, we've got to be able as a fan base to say, Ange, why is it they are doing it and you can't? And you've had money to spend, and they've spent less than us. So look, Savva, for me, it's his tactics. Being 1-0 down to West Ham, making a substitution, moving one player into a different position and beating West Ham, yeah, okay, good. But when you're really under the cosh, right? We weren't playing bad against West Ham. We should have gone in 1-1 at half-time. We were playing badly against Ipswich and Palace and Roma and Fulham. We weren't playing well. Galatasaray, we got absolutely shat on. They're the games I'm looking at to say, what's this manager got? And what's this squad that he's assembled got? And that's where we fall short. And it happens time after time after time again. So, Areola, I think he's a better manager, and that's my opinion. If people disagree, fair enough. I think he's a better manager than Ange.
I take him at Spurs. Him or Frank. For me, Eddie Howe is the one I would like. You know, that may become available during the summer. I like Howe. I like the way he plays football. But you know what? It's last season. Someone asked him, "Why are you playing Lewis Miley in midfield? He's 17 years old." And he actually said, "Because I'm putting a round peg in a round hole, and everyone else is injured." And he was a manager using his brain, using his intelligence, not trying to switch players around and put them into the wrong position. You know, we saw that with Southgate with Foden in the Euros, and so it's and someone said Eddie Howe over Ange, give me a break. Really, Ryan?
But this is who said that? Who said Eddie Howe over Ange, give me a break? So the thing is, when we see things like this, right? First of all, am I seeing is that a Celtic shirt? I'm just asking. It might not be. If it is, I think that answers a lot. This is the funny thing for me. Eddie Howe, right? First and foremost, I do think a lot of fans forget. Look what he did at Bournemouth. They were in League Two. Weren't they 1 goal? Weren't they 1 minute away from going out of the Football League completely? I seem to remember, didn't the goalkeeper score? Right, kept them in the league, and he got them through all 4 leagues to the Premier League. Yeah, that's a bloody good manager in my book, right? He then kept them in the Premier League for X amount of years, flirting with Europe. Then when he took over at Newcastle, who were rock bottom, like with something like, I don't know, something like 5 points after like 15 games or so, I don't know what it was. He took them over. Yeah. And in 18 months got them top 4 whilst using the majority of the players that had them in a relegation battle, the likes of Fabian Schär, the likes of Willock, the likes of Joel Linton, who he turned into a very good player, the likes of Jacob Murphy.
Dan Burn.
Well, he bought Dan Burn, didn't he? But yeah, but this is the right. And then, and then for me, coaches players better. Look at Schär now. Schär's a very competent centre half. Before, everyone was laughing at him. Yeah, Willock. Look what he's done to Willock. Look what he's done to Joe Linton. Look what he did to Almiron. Look, do you know what I mean? And yet, people turn around and go, "Oh, have a laugh over Ange." Oh, based on what is Ange better?
The biggest question is out of all this is I find a lot of people are now starting to say, "Yeah, but it's only been 18 months. It takes 3 years now, or it takes 2 years." Well, in 18 months, with the team we've got and with the money he has spent, I expect to see improvement. And okay, we finished 5th last season, but I have seen no improvement. By the first 10 games of last season, I have seen no improvement. I have seen no improvement on consistency. I've seen no improvement on results. Okay, I've seen improvement on goals and defence. But we can have 100 goals at the end of the season. If we still finish bloody 6th or 7th, where's the improvement? And we do score in patches. What is it? Half of those goals have come over a matter of 3 games, haven't they? Or is it more than that? I have seen no... Yeah. So, in that way, it's almost like the stats lie, isn't it? So, in that way, I've seen no improvement.
Listen, Dan, I completely agree, but I'm sorry. This is where fans have very short memories. Lina, when you're saying Eddie Howe has been blessed with first of all, I don't think any of the players you've named are world class. Right? Let's stop calling people world class that are not. Right? They're good players. World class is the elite of the elite in the world. These 3, none of which are. Right? Second of all, he didn't have, if I'm not wrong, guys, he didn't have any of them when he took over at Newcastle and took them from bottom to 4th in 18 months, the same way Harry did with Tottenham, Harry Redknapp. We can't just rewrite history still, can we?
Savva, Lena, I don't know why you say things like that, because quite often when you say things, I think actually you're talking sense. Then you drop things like this, and I think actually I don't understand you. We are currently equal points with Newcastle right now. We're both on 20 points. We spent quite a fair bit of money in the summer. We brought in 4 players who are currently in the squad now: Werner, Bergvall, Gray, Solanke, who are part of the squad now. Yang comes in January. Newcastle signed nobody. A club that signed nobody is on equal points with us, and we've built our squad up. And we got rid of some deadwood, like Dyer, like Chicken Royale. There's no excuses. Eddie Howe is proving that he's better. Like I don't understand where we do this. It doesn't make any sense. He's had no transfers at all.
He's had the same 10 players, Ange has, Solanke, for 18 months now. They should be understanding that system, or he should be understanding them.
Can I just
quickly, my man, Nino? Listen, for me, if we're going to call players world class, let me just have a look, right? Listen, I love Isak. I think Isak is a really, really good footballer. But
Brilliant
I think if we're at the stage where we're going to call a player who has got one season in his career, right, of scoring 20 goals plus, and that was one season of 21 goals. If that's the benchmark of world class, we should pack up and go home, guys. If that is back in the day, if you scored 21 goals, you didn't even finish in the top 10 of the league goal scorers. Now that's the benchmark for world class.
Harry Kane is world class.
Huh?
Harry Kane is world class.
Harry Kane, Erling Haaland, right? Lautaro Martinez has earned it. He's got 5 to 6 seasons of 30 plus goals a season every season. I really like Isak, but you can't just have one season of over 20 goals. Surely, am I going mad?
No, Sav, can I answer Ryan's previous text?
Go for it, man.
Ryan, Ange had the best players in the Scottish League. And when you've got the best players, you can play in the system that Ange likes playing in. Because you give away 2 goals, you'll score 3, 4, or 5. It doesn't work in this league. Firstly, we don't have the best players, unlike Celtic that did. And secondly, the managers, the coaches, the players who are in the Premier League are of a much higher level than the level that Celtic play against, with respect to the clubs in Scotland. And I remember the years when players like Souness and Hansen were coming out of Scottish clubs. Archie Gemmell, they were like just phenomenal. Dalglish, you had some phenomenal players, world-class players coming out of Scotland. You look at the Scotland team now, it's not a patch on, those players are on a different level. People like David Neri from Dundee United, there were just some superb players coming out.
Ian, modern day fans have bastardized the word class. Okay, when we were growing up, the word class.
I agree.
You were a flair player. You had a poster up with all of them. It's the only player you'd have in your kit. No one else. They were outstanding entertainers of the highest level. Now, if you've got some half decent stats, you're class. You're class.
Class player.
The word has been so diluted that it has no meaning in it. Saying you're class has no meaning no more. And I don't know why we've done it, but that's the way we are now.
Tell me one player on the planet that even gets into Figo's boots.
Into where?
Figo. Tell me one player on the planet right now that you would even call as good as Figo. To me, he was a world-class player.
I think there's maybe 4 or 5 world-class footballers out there. If we're going to be honest, I think straight away Rodri is the definition of world-class. He's brilliant at everything.
What he does. Yes,
right. He's brilliant at everything. For me,
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane is world-class.
Lewandowski's still doing it. He's world-class.
Oh, Lewandowski bangs in goals for fun. But do you know what I mean, guys? The fact that how many you used to be able to rattle them off. Now it's like who is even you watch Mbappe.
Salah.
How overrated is Mbappe? Like when you look at
Salah's class.
Salah's better than Mbappe.
Salah's class.
I agree.
I think Salah's better than Mbappe. Yeah.
I agree.
Salary is world class. That is a world class player.
Look, back in the day, every team had a world class player practically. Every team had one player to say, yeah, he's class. Now it's not like that. But I think that's because the game's changed as well. It's more about possession, pass, one touch, two touch. It's not about flair. It's not about flair. It's not about beating a man and finishing. It's not about the thing that used to get us on the edge of our seats. Tiki taka, which is great. It works. It's one of the best ways of winning football games. It has definitely also
not yet.
Slowly over time taken the skill out of players.
I agree. I think if you look at Premier League football today, 95% of the time it's two touch. It's pass and give.
Everyone plays out from the back. Like you saw Southampton yesterday, they're getting battered by Chelsea. Oh, just keep passing it from the back, and they're just giving away goals.
Yeah. I completely agree. Look, I think again, yes. Van Dijk is for me. I don't know. Maybe the people on the panel will disagree. For me, I don't think there's a debate about is Van Dijk a world-class centre half. He has been superb for however many years. The problem for me, guys, in football is now we define anyone who has half a good season as world-class. For me, I think you've got to be doing it year in, year out. And again, when people have a pop at Erling Haaland scores 40 to 60 goals a season for the last 6 years. Like, if we're going to say he ain't world-class, then no one's world-class. Do you know what I mean? Whether
it's just
people... Go on, then.
The standards have come down. So with you saying Virgil van Dijk is world-class, yeah? Now he is world-class. Let's go take him back 20 years. My personal opinion, he doesn't even get in Lilian Thuram's boots. That is where the standards have come down. But at the moment, for what we have and the way football is, Virgil van Dijk is world-class. But again, you go back years, I can name you shitload of defenders that are significantly better than what he is now. But it's where the standards have come down. So at this moment in time, he is a world-class player.
Can I just... that comment just there, he says, still I disagree, not every team had a world-class player. You're right. Not every single team.
Yeah,
but if you took the top 10 teams of every league, you'd say there's a world-class player there. People like Oliver Bierhoff, Riquelme, these kinds of players, they were quality, but they weren't necessarily at the best clubs. Every team in the top 10 had that one or two players we said. For example, Fiorentina, Rui Costa and Batistuta. They were freaking class, man. But they weren't one of the top teams, but they're in that top 10. I think you could say that for most top leagues. So you're right. Not every team. Okay, I'll reword it.
I must say, I tend to be more with Lena on this. I think he's fantastic. I think he is the most wonderful, technically gifted centre forwards. I'd love to have him at Spurs.
Sure, but how could he be called world class when he's had one good goal scoring season by the age of 25? That can't be the definition of world class. Surely he's a striker.
I think he's just improving all the time.
Yeah, but Ian, that's not the debate. When we're talking about world class footballers, we're not saying are they improving year on year.
No, he's probably a level below. I would say he's a level below, but he is a fabulous player.
He's a few below. I mean, he's had 1 year of 20 plus goals. What has happened to the standard of strikers that a guy has one good year and we go, there you go, world class? Like, what are we? I don't know what we're doing here anymore. And by the way, Nino, Pep destroyed football or everyone that wants to copy Pep?
If you think that Barcelona team that had Eto'o, Messi, Iniesta, Xavi, Puyol, and all the rest, if you think that destroyed football, I don't understand what you've been watching. That's the greatest club team I've personally ever seen in my life. That's the best club team I've ever seen. That Barcelona.
The first time they beat United or the second? What do you reckon? Which team do you reckon was better?
The one at Wembley.
That's the greatest football team I've ever seen play football, bar none. That football team for me wipes the floor with any team in the world. They had absolutely everything, and then the cherry on the top with Lionel Messi. They had I've never seen a team like it still.
I have.
I'll tell you one team that I thought was brilliant.
1970 Brazil, fantastic. What a team.
Sure.
That was amazing. You're talking, I mean, that was just virtually a world-class player in every position. That was amazing. Go back and watch those games. They were fantastic.
Spurs were good back then as well, I've heard.
We weren't bad. So Brazil for international and Barcelona for club, for me, those were the best two.
Do you know, I quite liked, they played a different style to Barcelona, but I really liked the group of players that Italy had that won the 2016 World Cup.
Yeah.
That Italian team there for me is one of the best teams I've seen, but different style.
For sure.
Top players.
For sure. I've just look since I've been watching football. I mean, look, Milan had some great teams. We all know that famous Milan team where you went through 1 to 11. It was amazing. But that Barcelona team, you can reel it off with Valdez, Alves, Piqué, Puyol, Alba, or whoever was left back at the time. Xavi, Busquets, Iniesta, David Villa, Messi, Pedro, or Eto'o before them, or Henry. It was scary. Do you know what? Every week I used to put on the app Barcelona to score 4 or more goals in the game because they were just rattling past teams and it was when they wanted to, guys. They'd be quiet for 15 minutes and then they just go goal, goal, goal. It was just something different. But this debate is always quite funny, guys. When people say Pep's ruined football, Pep's not made anyone copy him. For me, a lot of managers want to try and play like Pep. But that doesn't mean he's ruined football. That, surely everyone can do their own thing, can't they?
I think he's been the most innovative coach. I mean, even to the point, for me, his worst move was, when they played Chelsea and he went into the Champions League final without a number 9 or a number 6. Yeah. He thought, what are you doing? Yeah. And he tried to overthink it. Yeah. But you can see he's thinking outside the box the whole time.
No, for sure. For sure. Look,
you can't knock his record.
Absolutely. I had someone message me earlier this week saying, Savva, you said before the City game, you'd rather Pep manage us than Ange. And it just said gutted. I was like, sorry, does that mean Ange is better than Pep now? Like, what would, guys, last 5-10 minutes, Bournemouth away. I'll start as we mean to go on here. What's the score going to be? I know Ian has gone for 2-2. What is the score of this game going to be? What Tottenham is going to turn up, lads?
I actually don't think we're fielding a weak team. I think the front three's probably got the most amount of goals in it out of any three we could have picked right now. The midfield's probably the best midfield we can pick right now. The defence, okay, yeah. If we play a high line, could have problems. I don't like Gray playing at wing back. I don't like Davies being at the club. Dragusin, you can have a really good game or a stinker. Udogie, I don't think has had a good season. So maybe that defence is a bit vulnerable. But I said that before Man City and they kept a clean sheet. So listen, man, you got to be a lunatic to pick this result. You've got to really be a lunatic. Could Spurs go there and win 3-0? Yeah. Yeah. Could we lose 3-1?
Lose 3-0.
Yeah.
Where have we got to when we don't even know whether we could win, where there could be a 6-goal swing in a game? How ridiculous is that? Seriously.
No, Ian, it's called a masterclass, apparently.
It's Ange ball.
It's called a masterclass.
Yeah. I just genuinely
2-2. I'm going to go 2-2, somewhere in the middle. There you go, 2-2.
Okay, so you've gone 2-2.
Okay, 2-2.
Dan, what was yours?
You're on mute. You're on mute, Dan.
My bad. 2-2.
So everyone's going with 2-2. All three of you are going with 2-2. I'm gonna go even more fence sitting than that and say I haven't got a clue, so I'm not gonna predict. Whatever I predict is wrong lately. So Spurs fans don't want me predicting anything, to be honest with you. But look, guys, sorry, before I am going to kick you guys off in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Before you do, sorry, I just can't. I mean, Messi couldn't shine Maradona's shoes, and that's a fact. Well, it's not a fact, is it? Name me anything Maradona's done that Lionel Messi hasn't. Yeah.
Why can't we just say they were both two of the greatest players we've ever seen play the game? Why can't we just say that? Different eras,
agree.
different type of game,
Absolutely.
both were exceptional. Why can't
Both
we just
exceptional players.
But Lord Rodney Trotter, here's the thing. When was the last time? I mean, I don't have Maradona's I don't have Maradona on repeat, but I remember Maradona still playing when I was younger, by the way. I'm not that I know I look young. Someone say I look young. I'm not that young. I remember Maradona playing. Maradona was sensational, but Lionel Messi did it for hang on, how old is he now? Lionel Messi's been doing it for 20 years. Coming up, right? He's 36 now, guys?
About that.
Right? And he broke into the Barcelona team at 16. He has been doing it for 20 seasons. He's won the Ballon d'Or more than any other player ever. He's won Champions League for fun. He's got something like 1,000 goals, of however many assists. He's won everything over and over and over again. He dragged his team to win a World Cup like Maradona did. How on earth can we sit there and say he can't shine his boots?
I don't think you can compare them, because Messi came through a different era of football where it was more about athleticism and sports science, and he was an exceptional dribbler who played under an exceptional coach in an unbelievable football club, and he shone and he showed the world why he was the best. But look at Maradona, he went to a broken club, a poor club in a very poor part of Italy, Napoli, and single-handedly won them a league they've never won before, won them a European trophy. I think different scenarios, different circumstances, and he won a World Cup. So they're two different eras of football, and they both had two different impacts. But Messi, like Savva said, he consistently did it for 15, 20 years.
He did.
Maradona did it for over 8, 10 years before it all went to shit for him.
Other thing is, Messi had the most skillful player there's ever been, in my opinion, also teaching him how to play football.
I mean,
Ronaldinho.
For me, you had Pele, then you had Maradona.
Did he teach
Messi
him
said
to play
it
football?
Messi said it himself.
I'm sure he did. But if you watch any video of Lionel Messi about the age of 6, he was destroying everybody and anybody from a young age.
I'm only taking Messi's words for it.
Maybe Ronaldinho helped him go to the next level.
Oh, sure.
Okay,
but I mean,
if you want to take my...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we
wrong
can
words.
say talk him how to play
words.
football.
But no, you're right. He took him to the next level. Yeah.
By the way, we can all break this down however we want, right? But when we look at this, right, Lionel Messi in his career, right, has 750 club goals, right? That's club, and a further 128 for country. So what's that? That's 750. About 880. He's got about 880 goals in his career. Now, I've got no doubt in Diego Maradona was one of the greatest ever, but Maradona's goals were nowhere near that. In any of his seasons, his goal ratio was nowhere near it. Yeah. Maradona's best season ever. Yeah. Maradona's best ever season was 28 goals in Argentina.
But Savva, isn't it also fair to say Messi played in an attacking front three, so he was almost like a forward, whereas Maradona was more of a midfielder, wasn't he?
Not from what I saw. I mean, Maradona
was more of a 10.
He was a number 10. Yeah, he was a 10.
But Lionel Messi doesn't play up front, does he? Lionel Messi plays where he wants.
Barca played in the front three, though, and he played in the front three.
With Villa and...
This is what I mean, guys. Different systems, different eras.
That was when it was Lily. That's when it was Lillian. When it was Suarez.
Mate, that was the day of 4-4-2. 4-4-2, mate.
And Messi up front, wasn't it? Luis Suarez, Neymar.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that Barcelona team.
They swapped it all round. They just kept swapping it round.
So Maradona played for Spurs as well.
Yeah, yes, he did.
With him and Hodley midfield, that was wonderful.
I've changed
what a night that was.
Yeah,
that was fantastic.
What I can never understand, though, right, is how, I mean, Lionel Messi's been the greatest player I've ever seen in the last 40 years. And the way that he gets, like, it's not even, oh, do you know what? I think Maradona was better. He can't shine his shoes. Lionel Messi's broken how many records in world football? You know, like in 20 years of football.
I think the way some people look on it, yeah, the last I say of it, yeah, we all got our different opinions. But
sorry.
It's like how I look on Alex Ferguson. I don't rate Alex Ferguson as the best manager ever. He's up there, but he stayed at Man United where it was safe. He didn't take a gamble and go anywhere else, which he could have gone anywhere else on the planet. And I think some people look at Messi of doing the same thing. He stood and stayed at the best where it was safe. But with Ronaldo, Man U, he done it. Real Madrid, he done it. Juventus, he done it. I think that's how some people look on it.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
That's why I rate Jose Mourinho a better manager than Ferguson. Why? Because he went to several different leagues, even when he was with teams that weren't the best one out there, and won that league. I think it's just people look on it different.
Yeah,
I agree with you. But like, it's things like this. Stat hype. The man's got 880 goals and something like 500 assists. Stat hype. He's got like 1,300 goal contributions in his career. And we're talking about stat hype. When you're saying he never challenged himself, can I ask you a question? Why would Lionel Messi leave Barcelona? Why would he need to leave?
He doesn't, but maybe he would have wanted a challenge. That's all some people are saying, I think.
So let me ask you a question. Who could afford Lionel Messi?
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it?
This is when everyone says it. Who in his peak?
I agree.
If anyone had come into Barcelona and said, we want Lionel Messi, right? Hear me out. We want Lionel Messi in his peak at the age of 27, 28, right? How much do you think Barcelona would have said, sure, you can have him if he wants to leave? 500 million. 600 million.
Ryan Giggs never left Man
totally
United.
Make you right.
Ryan Giggs stayed at Man United all his career as well, didn't he?
It's just how some people look on it. That's all.
Messi,
yes,
the thing is, though, if you were a finance person and you worked for Goldman Sachs and you're regarded as one of the top traders, one of the top brokers, you're making an absolute killing, you're on Bloomberg TV, on the front cover of Forbes magazine and all that, why would you go to the Halifax Bank to challenge yourself?
Stel, thank you.
No, but people do have that argument. They do say Messi never challenged himself. But I always think, if you're at the top, why do I? So I don't rate Pep because he never. I don't rate Pep because he never did it at a smaller club. But you're the best. You want to be at the best club, surely.
Yeah. Stel, also, can I just ask? I think people have a little bit of memory blur as well about Barcelona before Messi's era. When we're saying he didn't challenge himself, when Barcelona got taken over by Pep, they weren't the Barcelona he turned them into. I think a lot of people have to remember that. He got rid of a lot of the top players, brought through a lot of young kids, and turned them into one of the greatest teams the world's ever seen. And people make it out like Barcelona were amazing before Pep got there. They weren't. No. They were struggling.
Mate, they were good, but they weren't special.
Xavi and Iniesta became who they are under Pep. Those two became outstanding under Pep. Yeah.
I just want to add that if anyone was at Wembley the day Barcelona came to town and beat Spurs 4-2 in the Champions League, was it the 18-19? I think it was the season. It was the season we got to the final. That performance by Messi, it was a privilege to be there and watch it.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen one man destroy a team the way he destroyed us. He was
superb. Game. And he just rolled the ball into the corner for one of the goals. It just bang. It's like instant. Yeah. It was just fantastic.
Ian, I only went to that game to see Messi. I went there to see Messi because I wanted to see him once in my life.
Yeah, no, I must say so. I've been very fortunate. I saw Pele at Fulham when Santos came down. Went to Arsenal to watch Eusebio with Benfica in '71 after they won the double. Cruyff at Spurs with Feyenoord. Maradona playing with Hoddle and Ardiles in midfield. What a midfield that was. And, you know, obviously Ronaldo a few times. You know, there have been some fabulous players in my lifetime.
Oh,
Just
great.
superb.
But have you seen Timo Werner away at Bournemouth?
No, but I'm looking forward to seeing Archie Gray at Bournemouth.
Do you know what? Just quickly, I am going to let you guys go because the game's going to start in a couple of minutes. But just quickly, a quick story. I went to watch a girlfriend at the time. The wife's not in. I can say this. A girlfriend at the time, before I met my wife, got me tickets for me and her to go to Barcelona for the week and to go to the first or second leg, was it, of the quarterfinals of the Champions League, Barcelona versus AC Milan. And Lionel Messi, I mean, obviously I'd seen him play for years and years and years on the telly. Lionel Messi, every time he got that ball, everyone in the crowd was just like, what did he do? Like, what did he do? Someone in the chat just now said, oh, he couldn't do some of the passes, Maradona. Some of the passing from Lionel Messi is the greatest I've ever seen of any footballer. Guys.
On a consistent basis, basically.
I've got to go, guys. I've got to shoot. I'm going to.
Take care, guys. Right.
Sorry.
See you later.
See you later, Still.
See you later on.
Take care.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Right. Them lot have gone. At last, we got rid of them. Ian is trying to get himself out of it. There he goes. And now let's get the screen back up. So the teams with 2 minutes till kickoff: Forster, Gray, Dragoshin, Davis, Adogi, Sarr, Basuma, Madison, Kulu, Solanke, and Johnson. By the way, I need a really quick wee before the game starts. I'll be 30 seconds. I'm back. Sorry about that. If I didn't do it then, I would have had to do it during the game. Absolutely not, Nate. I would not put Neymar anywhere near the best wingers I've ever seen. Good player, really good footballer. Definitely not. So Tottenham Hotspur are about to get underway. I will start the timer in a minute. Let me just check the timer works. Yes, it does. Ignore that 1 second. Ignore that. Tottenham are going to kick off. Away at the Vitality. Big game. One, surely we can't afford to lose. Who knows? I haven't predicted a score. I have no idea what the score's going to be. We could batter them. We could lose. We could draw. I've got no idea. James Maddison's going to take the... Come on. Come on, ref. There we go. We are underway. We are underway. If I go quiet, it means nothing is really happening. So big up to each and every one of you. As Archie Gray, first pass goes straight out. Straight out. So a throw in now to Tottenham. Archie Gray is going to take it on the halfway line. It's a very, very tight pitch, isn't it? It's a very, very tight pitch here at Bournemouth. Hopefully you don't mind me all sitting to the side just so I can see the game. So there's the first test for Dragoshin. He's lost the ball and then given away by the Bournemouth player, and Basuma can come away with it. Not convincing there from Radu Dragoshin. And now here's a ball immediately played through. I think that was by Brennan Johnson, given away, and it's a free kick to Bournemouth in the middle of the park. And Bournemouth have taken it very quickly. Here's Kirkes, plays the ball into Kluivert. Dragoshin steps in. It's a bit frantic at the moment. It's really, really frantic. Please do smash the like button if you haven't already. It would really, really help. And just to clarify, we are 1 subscriber away from 14.4K. So please do smash that button if you haven't already. Let me just double check that. Please do smash that button if you haven't already. That would really, really help. In the other game, it is just coming up to halftime. Fulham 1, Brighton 0. I'll keep you updated on all the games. There's some games as well in Italy and also Portugal, etc., etc., etc. So a throw into Tottenham on the left wing for us in their half. So Tottenham take we give the ball away so much, don't we? We really do give the ball away a lot. I mean, they're giving the ball away, but I'm more bothered about what we're doing. And yeah, to your point, Mark, I really think our passing at times is terrible. So Tottenham have got the ball at the back, drag us into Ben Davis. Ben Davis dinks the ball forward. It's gone down the line to Solanke. He can hold it up. Gives it to Brennan Johnson, who's gone to the left. Kulu on the right. Johnson on the left. Maddison's out there on the left at the moment with Solanke. Bournemouth have pressed well. Actually, he's given a foul. I didn't think it was, but it looks like the pressing was just a little bit too much from Tyler Adams in the midfield there for Bournemouth. So just coming up to 3 minutes gone. Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 0. The game hasn't really settled into any type of pattern, if we're going to be brutally honest. Anyone else think the camera's quite low? It feels like the camera's really low down. I don't know if that's just me. Here's Brennan Johnson on the left wing. We know he can't beat a man, so he plays it back to Maddison. Maddison with a good ball into Udogie. Udogie now, can he whip the ball in? He pulls it back, but it's a poor ball across, and Bournemouth can break. Bournemouth are breaking immediately here, and there's a foul by Ben Davis. He's going to be booked. Again, Bournemouth broke really well there through the midfield, and Ben Davis on the halfway line with a cynical foul on Evan Nilsson. Yeah, it's a yellow card all day long. Now you know they're just going to run at Ben Davis at centre half. You just know they're going to. So here's Bournemouth with Husson out to Kirkes. Kirkes dinks the ball forward down the line to, I think that's Cliver. Cliver in a nice little battle with Dragoshin. And it's a goal kick. In the end, he did well there, Dragoshin. In the end, he did well. So Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 0. I've got a feeling this is going to be a long night, this one. It looks like it's going to be a long night. It does, yeah, you're right. You're right, DJ Evo. You're right. It does give it that sort of feel, doesn't it? But here's Bournemouth with the ball. Tottenham haven't really got to grips with the game in the midfield at the moment, but it's a throw-in to Spurs. Kulusevski's going to take it on the right-hand side. They're just focusing the camera at the moment on Big Ange. So there's the ball played into Solanke. He holds it up. And he wanted the foul. He didn't get the foul, and Bournemouth can clear it. And Evan Nilsson's going to try and charge down Forster. Forster plays it out. So it's a very small pitch, isn't it? I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like a very small pitch. James Maddison does brilliantly. Breaks through the lines, plays it into Kulu. Kulu takes a shot. Poor shot, really, in the end. Really, really poor shot from Kulu. He had time, he had space, and he just fired the shot from the edge of the box straight at the keeper. James Maddison doing really well there. And that's what I like about Maddison. He got on the ball, he turned immediately and looked up and played a forward pass. Now Bournemouth with the ball in the midfield. Papassar does really well, though. And a free kick given away by Bournemouth. Good play there by Papassar. And a foul given away by, I want to say that's Tavernier. And now Bournemouth have won the ball in midfield. They've given it to Semenyo. Semenyo drops his shoulder, comes inside. He's beaten one. He's still going. And now he lays it off to, I think that's Tavernier. Tavernier plays it inside, but it takes a deflection. And James Maddison's turned his man brilliantly again. And Spurs can go on a break. This could be a very end-to-end game, this. Neither team really taking control. Thank you. We just hit 14,400. Thank you very much to every single person. I really appreciate it. Dominate. Who's dominating what? What are we talking about here? We have some weird people, don't we, in the chat? Here's Kulu running through, pulls, and again, a really poor ball. Really poor end product on both occasions from Kulusevski there. Gus, all right, mate. You've made your point. You've made your point. I mean, the way you're belittling one of the greatest players that's ever played football, I'm embarrassed for you, if I'm honest, Gus. I mean, talk about belittle one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Wow. I've no idea how you can look at someone like Messi and belittle him the way you are. Absolutely madness. There's a ball high up the pitch. Ben Davies, in the end, he was falling backwards, but did well. Neither team can really get their foot on the ball here. Here's Kulusevski on the halfway line. Lays it into Maddison. Maddison with a first-time ball over the top to Solanke. Solanke through on goal. Solanke. It's a poor finish from Dominic Solanke. Tottenham arguably should have been 1-0 up there. Arguably should have been 1-0 up. You've got to do better with that one. For me, he's got to do better. I mean, the defender was getting back at him, but he did all the hard work. That's where you've got to get it out your feet quicker for me. And to be fair, the keeper did well. Madness, isn't it, mate? Madness. Every defender. I don't think people watch La Liga. People used to hack Messi down for fun, and he used to just get up and embarrass them. Tottenham coming away with a ball here. I feel like there's going to be a lot of open space in this game for both teams. James Maddison's getting on the ball. Good ball from Maddison there into Solanke. Solanke turns, gives the ball out wide to Kulu, who's going to put it onto his left foot, lays it into the path of Gray. Gray goes back into Maddison, turns his man well, gives it to Kulu, and Kulu gives the ball away. Again, Kulu seems to start games pretty slowly, doesn't he? And here's Bournemouth trying to get out. We've pinned them in a bit here for the moment. Kirkes is going to run past Kulu with ease, then plays the ball out wide to, is that Adam Smith? I believe he was on our books. Here's Semenyo with a first chance to run at Spurs. He goes inside to Christie. And a good tackle in the end there by Basuma. And the ball's gone out for a Bournemouth throw. Yeah, he does look sharp. He's looked sharp today. He looks sharp. I haven't said anything bad about Maradona. You've got Gus. You've gone in on he's not fit to lace their boots. He'd get hacked down. He got hacked down in Serie A. Dude, you've got to relax. This is one of the greatest footballers we've ever seen. Wow. It's madness. Dorothy just says grey. I don't know what that means, but yeah, sure. So a throw-in deep in our own half on the right-hand side. There's Archie Gray. Plays it into Kulu. Kulu loses the ball far too easily again. Here's Christie for Bournemouth. Great tackle by Dragoshin, but goes only goes as far as... Hang on, Solanke's nicked the ball off him here. Solanke is running at their back four on his own. What have you got? What have you got about you? He's taken the shot. He's just not... He's not decisive enough for me, Solanke, in that box. Got to get it out your feet. Get the shot away for me. Got to get it out your feet. Got to get out your feet. It's almost like he does all the hard work, Solanke, but then when you want the, that kind of boom, it just doesn't ever seem to come. Listen, a long time for him to prove me wrong in this game, but corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. The corner's going to be whipped in. It's headed clear easily by Evan Nilsson. It's gone to Archie Gray. He's headed it back in. And Evan Nilsson again with another good header. And now Bournemouth are on the break. It's Cliver. He's running at Archie Gray like he's not there. Archie Gray actually did well. He got the foot in. The ball was still continued with a momentum, but the forward had gone on the floor. So Archie Gray did well there to get back, because in a foot race, he was getting beaten. There's the ball given away by Brennan Johnson, and Bournemouth, there's a push in the back, and Bournemouth have got a free kick in a dangerous area. So Tottenham having the better of the final thirds, so to speak. But at the moment, 0-0. 0-0, not anything really to show. We've had some good possession in the final third. Good tackle in the end from Gray. That really good tackle back, because if he missed that, Kluivert was away. By the way, Sporting Lisbon are 1-0 up. If anyone cares about the Portuguese Cup, Sporting are 1-0 up. Here is who's going to take this for Bournemouth. It's a Bournemouth free kick. It looks like it's Kluivert over it. He whips the ball in low. It's really poor, actually, and we've cleared it easily, but we've cleared it poorly, straight back to him. He's going to dink in another ball to the back post, and that's a poor ball as well. If it wasn't Kluivert, I apologise, but it was poor. 2 crosses, really poor from Bournemouth, and Tottenham have a goal kick. I don't think this pitch actually allows for a kind of high line, if we're going to be brutally honest. At the moment, there's been no sign of high lines. The pitch is tiny. Anyway, here's Tottenham. Good ball by Basuma into the path of Udogie. Udogie now. I mean, when people say we're not playing the inverted, we still are. Archie Gray is so far in field here. Archie Gray is now over on the left-hand side. And this is what causes us problems if we lose the ball. Because Archie Gray is so far over on the left-hand side that there's nothing over here on the right. The ball has gone out to Dragoshin now in the centre circle. He plays a ball over the top. Really poor ball from Dragoshin. It's not the greatest game of football I've ever seen from both teams here. Not the greatest game, but still Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Yeah, you're right. It's a very small, pokey ground, isn't it, Chloe? Anyway, hope you've had a better day than yesterday. You said in the chat you'd had a bad day yesterday, so I hope you've had a better day today. So here's Radu Dragoshin. He goes back to Fraser Forster. Bournemouth are pressing, but Dragoshin's gone out wide to Ben Davis, who's pulled to the left-hand side. He's now galloping forward with a ball. And yet Tottenham have still got the ball. A really good ball played into Brennan Johnson. Left-footed, plays it across immediately. And again, that wasn't the greatest ball from Brennan Johnson. Again, not his strength, is it? Out wide is not his strength. We want him in there, you know, ghosting in and scoring tap-ins. Semenyo flicks the ball on. Here's Evan Nilsson, one-on-one with Dragoshin. He's gone past Dragoshin, as he knows. Dragoshin did really well in the end. But the ball back to what's going on here? The ball didn't go out. It's still Bournemouth on the attack. They're going to whip the ball in, and that's a poor cross. Both teams' crossing has been diabolical, if we're going to be brutally honest here. But Bournemouth have got the ball again out on the left wing with Tavernier, and he goes back in to Hewson. Is it Hewson? And now Semenyo's got the ball on the right-hand side. Semenyo, is he going to run at Udogie? He lays it off instead. Here's Christie. Christie goes out wide to Smith. Smith whips the ball in hard, low. It's cleared and then given away. And a good save by Fraser Forster. The ball was cleared by Tottenham, but that's the best chance of the game. Definitely for Bournemouth. The ball was played into Adam Smith. He whipped it in. Dragoshin cleared it. It hit Udogie, then ran into the path of Evan Nilsson. And Evan Nilsson, with a snapshot, and Forster made himself big, saved low down. So Fraser Forster again. Tottenham should have been 1-0 down there, if we're going to be brutally honest. Evan Nilsson should have scored that. Big up, thank you. That's very nice of you to say, Ankit. I try my best, to be honest. I do. So here's going to be a corner kick for Bournemouth. 16 minutes gone. There's a corner kick, whipped to the back post, headed in, and Tottenham are 1-0 down. Tottenham cannot defend set pieces. The ball was whipped to the back post, and it's the young centre-half. Is it Hewson? Tottenham 0, Bournemouth 1. I'm going to wait to see, just to double-check with VAR before I put the one up. But really poor defending. Really poor defending. There was no one marking him. No one. Look, have a look at this goal again, guys. The corner comes in. No one. Look, no one marking him. He ran from the penalty area, from the penalty spot, all the way to the back post. No one marking him. That is appalling from Tottenham there. That is appalling. And Tottenham are 1-0 down. Let me change the score there. Tottenham are 1-0 down. So if we do win this, we're going to have to come from behind. Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 0. And again, just can't defend set pieces. Can't defend set pieces. Cannot. I mean, Chloe, have you ever seen anything like it? No one was putting pressure on him. No one marking him. Again, just we're set up defensively so badly. I fail to believe how we've only conceded. What have we conceded so far, by the way? We've conceded 15 goals. I don't know how. Lazio are beating Napoli 1-0, by the way. As things stand, the league is like this. Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal and City are the top 4. Brighton 5th. Fulham 6th. Forest 7th. Hang on, here's Tottenham. Corner kick to Tottenham. Madison was running through but tackled. Fulham 6th. Forest 7th. Villa 8th. Bournemouth 9th. Tottenham Hotspur 10th. As it stands, Tottenham Hotspur are 10th. A long way to go, though. But really, really poor. Well, it's what we do, mate. It's what we do. Corner kick comes in. Header. Oh, to be fair, Solanke did well there. He ghosted in. Let's have a look. He did well. He ghosted in. And there just wasn't enough room to get an angle on the header. But not a bad attempt there at all from Dominic Solanke. So Kirkes now plays the ball into the midfield, but Bournemouth have given it away. Here's Archie Gray on the right. He plays it back into Basuma. Basuma goes past his man with ease. Now pulls the ball back to Kulu. Kulu can bend it round the defender, can he? I think that falls into the bracket of right idea, bad execution. I could see what he was trying to do. But at the moment, Tottenham Hotspur are 10th in the Premier League. At the moment, we are 6 points off top 4, and we got Chelsea to come on the weekend. Yeah, it's all happening. It's all happening here at Bournemouth. By the way, if you could please keep subscribing and smashing the like button, I'd be really appreciative. Here's Kulusevski in the centre circle. He's got time to turn. He has turned well. He's laid the ball off to Archie Gray. Archie Gray, we know he's not going to take his man on. Archie Gray does the safe thing every time. There's the ball. Good ball by Kulu. Played into the box to Solanke. Solanke goes back out wide to Gray. Gray goes into Papasar. Papasar back into James Maddison. Tottenham just looking for that space, but Bournemouth are very well organised here. Absolutely. He was free as a bird, Chris. And Tottenham have given, oh, no, to be fair, Basuma, he's done really well there. Done really well, Basuma there. And then gives the ball. Yeah, that's the story of Spurs. Basuma did all the hard work, then gave the ball away. Bournemouth are away here. Basuma's going to get booked when they pull it back. Tottenham are giving the ball away again. Here's Evan Nielsen. Here's Tavernier. He's played the ball across, and Tottenham are lucky there was no centre forward there. And I think there's going to be a booking here for Yves Basuma. Not sure. He might be lucky to get away with this one. No, he's got a yellow card. Nick, this is what I don't get it. When people say we've got better under Ange, I think we're getting worse and worse. I think they're getting worse and worse. I don't think they're Stoke at all. I think they're a decent little outfit. Oh, I have got an acca. Yeah, I've got an acca. I'll tell you the acca at half time, by the way. I'll tell you the acca at half time. And I've not got anyone in this game, by the way. I would never bet on Spurs or against them. I mean, he was never with him. If that was his man, he was just never with him, John, was he? It was terrible. I mean, Tottenham, we're huffing and puffing, but we give the ball away so much. Here's Bournemouth again. Semenyo this time doesn't control the ball, and Udogie can bring it away. But again, look how weak Brennan Johnson is there. Luckily, we've got the throw, but he's so weak. He's so weak. Napoli have equalised, by the way. Napoli have equalised away at Lazio in the Coppa Italia as well. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. We're now on 14,401. Big up to you guys. Thank you. Chloe, listen, I just don't understand what people see. I keep hearing that this is a process and we're getting better. I think we look a mess. I think listen, there's still time to come back and win the game, but this, as it stands, this is going to be 1 win in 6 games. But there's still a long way to go. There's a lot of football to play in this game. We're only a quarter of the way through. Jason, I don't think he's going to go. I think even if we lost both, I don't think he would go. I genuinely don't. I think Maddison's done some of the better things on the pitch tonight for Spurs, if we're going to be honest. Maddison's played some lovely balls forward to the forwards to run onto. I'll stop this. Hopefully you're being sarcastic. We've got to stop with this. So Radu Dragosin clears the ball forward and put out of play by Kirkes for a throw-in on the halfway line to Tottenham. Well, you're not a Spurs fan, so Foxy, you can bet. I mean, we can't back anyone other than... I don't back Spurs, by the way. I won't put them in an ACCA because we are this. We are so unknown. Look, we could come out second half and grab 3 goals, but the way we're playing at the moment, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Don't know is the question. Somebody else? Is Bissouma banned now? I don't know. Is it for another suspension? There's a ball over the top. Far too much on that for Evan Nilsson. But yeah, everyone, you all know. Look, there's 560 of you in the chat. By the way, only 300 likes. Come on, let's smash that like button. I think most of you know my feelings on this manager. I keep hearing a lot of talk about what he does and how great he is and his tactics. It's not for me. I've said it time and time again. It's not for me. That time Zabanyi coming over, helping out his central defender partner and putting it out, but it's going to be a throw-in. I thought it was a Spurs throw-in. So at the moment, we're 1 win in 6, which was the Man City game. At the moment, 1 win in 6. Unless we find 2 goals here and don't concede another one. Mate, listen, he turns around in press conferences and says things like, you know, we're improving on every area of the pitch. I just have no idea what the guy is talking about. And fans lap it up. Oh, not all of us, but, you know, fans, oh, my God, yeah, Ange. I just don't know what we are. I'm not saying we can't win this game or score, but here's Tavernier. He wants the free kick. He's not going to get it. Here's James Maddison now. To Bissouma, they're both of them miscontrolled it, and then James Maddison wins it back, but he's fouled, and it's Ryan Christie. I don't know if he's going to go in the book for that, but James Maddison's gone down holding his knee. Yeah. Apparently, if you say it though, you're a negative fan. I genuinely don't know what some of these people watch. I don't know what they watch. I am not watching a good football team here. They're his tactics. They're his tactics after 18 months. I'll ask a question. Are the players playing for him? I said 7th at the beginning of the season. There you go. You all know I said 7th at the beginning of the season. Look, this was This was something I posted. This was Savva's Premier League predictions before the season started. Got Tottenham in 7th. We're currently 10th. Lazio 2, Napoli 1. Lazio 2, Napoli 1. Is it because you finally realised, Marlon, that I'm telling the truth? I'm guessing that's Marlon and not Ash. Big up to you, man. Everybody get over and subscribe to Spurs Kings TV as Spurs win a corner. We're huffing and puffing, but we just, yeah. Soul boy, I don't think we are at the moment, but listen, we've got an hour and we've got 63 minutes to turn it around. There's enough time. Yeah, Mark, I hear you, man. I hear you. I just don't know. People keep, it's the lies. It's the lies about the football's better and the underlying stats. I just don't know what we're watching. Corner kick, headed away easily. That's how you header away a corner. But Tottenham's starting to have a bit more of the ball here, but without really creating anything. Here's Papa Sarr. Oh. I just don't know what's better since this man came into the club. I really don't. I keep being told I'm negative, but I don't know what's better. This is not attacking football. This is not entertaining attacking football. There's Maddison out to Basuma. Can Basuma create something? He goes into Kulu. Kulu takes a touch. Can he find an opening? No, his pass was poor and he couldn't find the opening. And now Bournemouth can counter-attack. Here is Evan Nilsson. He's running down. Funnily enough, he's running down the right channel, the left channel where Archie Gray should have been. It's gone to Semenyo. Semenyo is going to lay it off. He's had a shot of his left foot and it's looped high and away for a throw-in out on the left. But again, the inverted tactics. People keep telling me I'm wrong. Look at that there. Bournemouth broke. The right back was nowhere to be seen because he's playing inverted. Oh, by the way, Brighton have equalised against Fulham. Brighton have equalised against Fulham. I'll let you know what that does for the league table in a minute. It won't affect Spurs, by the way. We will still be in 10th. Here's Bournemouth. The cross is whipped in, headed clear, and it had already gone out. It's a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. As things stand, just so you know, on the point situation, we're currently 15 points off the top. We're 8 points off Chelsea and Arsenal, 6 points off City, 4 points off Brighton, I believe. 4 points off Brighton. So as it stands, Tottenham are in 9th. Tottenham are in 9th. So Brighton scoring has moved us back up. One position. But we're now level on points with Brentford, Fulham, and Newcastle as it stands. As it stands. And now Bournemouth have got the break again. They've got 2 against 3 here. Evan Nilsson's running through. He slipped in. It's 2-0. I don't know if he's offside. I think he's offside. But again, knife through butter. We are set up dreadfully. I think he's offside. Let's have a look. He's off. He is off. But again, teams. Again, Nick. But again, he said he didn't want to buy leaders. He didn't want to buy senior pros. He said he wanted to buy young players. And there's Houston has cleared the ball for a throw-in. Not the greatest 30 minutes. I can't remember. Other than the Man City game, for 6 games now, we've looked horrible. Kirkes. Yeah, I'd have him over a Dogie if that's going to be the next. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I don't know what happened. I know. Now, Bournemouth, listen, we cannot let this go down to this go to 2-0. Hadrian's Wall, if you keep doing this, I'm going to block you. Stop saying negativity. I'm being justified very clearly by Tottenham. I'm being justified in my... anyone in the chat, there's nearly 600 of you in here. Be honest. Am I negative about Spurs? Or is everything I've said coming true? I'm so... let me know. There's 600. I won't be offended, but I just don't get it. I don't understand. Belieber with the Brighton goal, by the way. Aaron, big up to you. Big up to you, Aaron. Hope you're well, mate. Dragosine, chests it down. The ball goes out for a Bournemouth throw-in. Oh. 32 minutes gone. God, they're showing. Is that Tony Pulis? Is that Tony Pulis in the stands? There's James Maddison with a through ball to Solanke, but the defender's going to clear that and plays the ball out. But he hasn't given it away. He's given it to Semenyo. Semenyo has lost the ball. Bournemouth will come away with the ball again. Semenyo's going to run at Basuma, is he? No, he's cut back. Ankit, I've said this all the time. This style of football, I think any fan that tells me we're entertaining, I don't know what they're watching. Much better footballer. I don't know. Aaron, I don't know. I think for me, he's having one of those games where he keeps giving the ball away again. That's just me. So there's a long ball, won by Papasar, brought down by Kulu. Kulu with the ball down the line. But I tell you what, Kirkes, is that Kirkes, the left back, looks brilliant, doesn't he? Is it just me? Right, I don't get it. Mate, they will stick. You know what it is? Too many people can't turn around and say, I got it wrong. Now, listen, we could still win this game. I don't like this manager. I do not like this manager. I really, really don't. It's going to be a throw into Tottenham right deep. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Dan Harris. Yeah. Our XG's amazing. Oh, it's hard work. Guys and girls, sub. If you haven't subbed to the channel, it's free. Please do sub to the channel. It really does help out as we're trying to get to 15K by the new year. It's quite punchy. That'll need to be 600 subs. Here's Solanke. Solanke, the ball has bounced into his path. Hewson has come back and got him brilliantly there. A really good tackle on him. Solanke, it's decision-making for me. But the ball's gone into Papasar. He's tried to clip it over. The ball didn't. It's fallen to Basuma. It's all happening. Basuma's going to skip past Semenyo. There's a ball high. I don't know who that was, but what a Basuma with a dreadful pass. Yeah. Oh, Dan. Right, who's going to help me? Look, 14,404. Can we get that nearer 14,450? Come on, people. Show some love. Not half, Chloe. Not half. Not half. Sporting Lisbon were 1-1. They're now losing 2-1 away from home. So here's James Maddison. Dinks the ball over the top to Kulu. He brings it down, but Bournemouth, they're doubling up brilliantly here, Bournemouth. They really are. They really are doing well here. I'm not even surprised, though. Like, when you're not even angry anymore, you're just like, this is what we are. Oh, always, mate. Always. All the people that keep mocking me. I mean, Arian on We Are Tottenham TV told everyone the brilliance of the manager and that Spurs are brilliant and we're cooking. And look, I don't know what they're watching. Can we get a goal back before half time? There's a terrible cross from Sarr. I mean, that sums up the first half, doesn't it? Big up, Aaron. I know we didn't used to see eye to eye, but we do now. So look, good up. Yeah, listen, I think he's a very good player, Kirkes. I really do. When it works, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's very few and far between. Nick, this is, at the moment, this is 1 win in 6 at the moment. 1 win in 6 games. Oh. Big up, big up. I could see that. He looks a good player, Kirkes. He looks you know what he can do? What a Dogie can't. He can get forward and defend. Mate, I think the difficult thing here for me, hang on, are we in here? Kulu plays it, made the wrong choice. He tried to square the ball. The ball ricocheted into Kulu's path. He tried to square the ball, but the defender got in the way. Let's have a look. I don't know who he was squaring to. There was no one in there. It's a corner kick to Tottenham. Can we get an undeserved equaliser? Cross comes in, headed clear by the guy that scored the goal. Is it Houston? Someone please let me know how I say his name. Toby, Toby, what are you watching? This is at the moment 1 win in 6 and we're mid-table. What do you mean, mate? This is where, see, people like you can't just tell the truth. Can't tell the truth. Wow. 14 months since we won back-to-back. Listen, we still could. But at the way we're playing, the guy I debated on We Are Tottenham TV 2 days ago, telling me that Ange's brilliance and the process and the underlying stats. And I mean, he's a nice guy, Arian, but again, I just don't know how we keep watching this. Yeah, again, yeah, he did, yeah. Anyway, can Spurs, 39 minutes gone. We've got a corner here, right on the 39th minute. Maddison's going to whip this in. He's whipped it into the 6-yard box. It's headed, I think everyone kind of missed it. And Bournemouth, are they going to break? Bournemouth are going to break here with Evan Nielsen. Sorry, Cliver. He's one-on-one. He's been held up really well there by a doggy, and Kulu can come away with the ball. Yeah. But people don't want that fact because it's not popular. Oh, Toby, look at the players we got out on this pitch. Stop this. Stop it. I'm just getting, this is what I mean. It's just silly. Ben, I can't agree with you more. Big up, Ben. Saying I was always Ange in, but I think his legacy will be a montage of defenders looking confused. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. It is what it is at this stage, right? I mean, if they get another one, we're in trouble. At the moment, they're not having the ball. We've got the ball, but me, I gave up my season ticket many years ago because I won't pay Daniel Levy. Yeah, he looks so out of it. He's not a right back. He's not a right back, is he? He just looks so out of it. James Maddison plays a ball down the channel. Good ball, actually. Solanke's got it on the right side. What have you got? So Solanke being held up by the centre-back here. He plays it into Kulu. Too many slow passes for me. He plays it into Maddison. He turns, gives the ball to a Dogie. A Dogie goes out wide to Papa Sarr. Sarr to Maddison. Maddison plays a through ball to Kulu, but Kulu get another one of those halves where Kulu looks really poor. And now Bournemouth can break, and they've given away a free kick. Big up to Jamie Allen, who said Gray's starting to right back over Spence is a joke. Completely agree with you, my man. But that's what we've got. That's what this manager wants to do. Crazy, stupid things that people go, oh, it's good. Crazy. Big up to you, Jamie Allen. Appreciate you. And Peb, big up to you. Thank you so much for a very generous donation. I said, we aren't going to win anything with this manager. Top teams keep clean sheets. Ange's tactics don't work at this level, and he hasn't improved a single player, just going through the motions. I can't agree with you. I don't think anyone's improved. I don't think anyone's improved. I agree, since he joined the football club. Thank you so much. I really do. Always feel a bit humbled when people send money in, even though this is my business. But here's Bournemouth again. Bournemouth have played the ball out wide to Clivert. He's got Kirkes on the overlap. He's taken a shot instead. The shot hits Archie Gray. He did well there. And now Tottenham, can they come forward? Thank you very much, Pebway. Really appreciate you. By the way, there's 640 of you in the chat. Smash the like button and please subscribe as Kulu gives the ball away yet again. He's had a very, very poor half, Kulusevski. I'm not saying the others haven't, but there's a through ball. Here's Evan Nilsson. He gets there first. The ref has not given a foul. Evan Nilsson with a step over. When they get a chance, it is normally on the counter. He gives it to Adam Smith. Adam Smith has slowed the game down. And now Bournemouth can just slow the game down a tiny bit. He goes across to Houston. I'm going to get his name right at some point. He plays the ball out wide. Here's Kirkes. He's one-on-one with... No, he's not. Sorry, he's got an overlap. They've overlapped on Gray easily. The ball whipped in, headed down. What a save. What a good save, Fraser Forster. You know what? For as much stick as that man has got, he has kept us in yet another game. What a great save. Bournemouth should be 2-0 up. Fraser, we keep saying we're missing Vicario. This guy's doing a brilliant job. The last 3 games. Have a look at this. The ball was whipped in by Kirkes. Headed down. What a good save low down that was. Headed down. He got down. Good save. Really good save, Forster. I'm giving credit where it's due. Really, really good save. And Tottenham should be 2-0 down. We should be 2-0 down. Oh. I'm not surprised, Michael. I'm the least surprised Spurs fan there is. I'm the one that's been saying this for a year now. Stewie, stop. Oi. Stop. Stewie. Yeah, you. I'm looking at you. I heard you. I heard you. Sorry, just telling the dog off. Sorry, I forgot I was live then. Stewie being a naughty little pug. Stewie being a naughty little pug. Oh, there he is. Look, the naughty little pug. Say hello to everyone, Stewie. Stewie, there you go. That was more entertaining. That was more entertaining than anything Spurs have done this game. Semenyo tries to bring the ball out the air and does. He's still got the ball. He's one-on-one with Udogie. You can just see they're going to hit us on the counter-attack, can't you? He's done really well there as the centre-back. He's still going. He's going to whip it in. And the ball goes out to... No, it doesn't. I thought it was going to go for a corner, but it's gone to Udogie. He goes back to Ben Davis, who's on that yellow card, remember? He gets it out, and then Tottenham have played their way past the press well this time. Brennan Johnson do the simple thing. And Brennan Johnson with a dreadful pass out. A dreadful pass. Kulu, though, retrieves it into Gray. Gray's running through the midfield. What have we got here? Have we got something? The last minute of injury time is up. Have we got anything? There's the ball. Didn't what? Just crap. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think even my hair looks better than Tottenham at the moment. Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 0. Let's stop the clock. 1 second. Let's stop that. There we go. Everybody, you know the game we're going to play in a minute. You know the game we're going to play. So Tottenham Hotspur are losing at Bournemouth, who have had the better chances in the game, have Bournemouth. Another game where Spurs are losing. Can we pull this back? I'm going to ask very nicely. Here is the link to my channel. If anybody who hasn't subscribed would, that would be absolutely amazing. I've set a bold target of 15,000 by the end of the year, but I've put that link in the chat. And I've pinned it as well. I have just pinned the chat. No, I haven't. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. There we go. I've pinned the message. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. Really appreciate it. Right, guys and girls, five word answers. Well, listen, there's been games that we've played like this with Benton Core. Stel, why are people putting their 5 word answers? Fuck me, we're awful, weren't we?
Yeah, that was shit. That was just
mental.
Yeah, we don't look like creating. We don't look like scoring. We've got into some positions that should be dangerous. Solanke fluffed one chance. He had a half chance header, which was difficult. Other than that, Kulu, I think, had a good chance, but he's hit it straight at the goalie. Other than that, Bournemouth's chance has been excellent. The goal they scored, I mean, Forster with a brilliant save. They scored a goal that was offside, but they split us open. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Bournemouth are playing particularly brilliantly.
No. But
we're playing poorly.
Has he?
Sorry.
Has Kulu looked? Sorry, for me, this is one of those games where he keeps giving it away. People see what they want to see. I'm getting people say bring Maddison on. I think Maddison's done more going forward than Kulu. Look, I'm not forget individual players. Still, we look a mess.
One sec.
No, go on, you're right, mate. You're right. Again, it's the same players getting the excuses being thrown at them. I think it's absolutely madness. Again, Brennan Johnson. I don't know what he does when he's not scoring goals, and Archie Gray just isn't a right back. Big up to Dan the Yid, who said, Ange sums up our owners. Clueless. Big up to you, Dan. I really appreciate that. And then John Sweeney has said, we have too many players who contribute nothing. Stel, where's it all going wrong?
So before the game, we were taking some questions from the comments, and someone said, we scored the most goals. We've got one of the best defensive records in the league. Where's it not going right? And I said, when it doesn't go to plan, or when it's not working the way it should do, you're looking at the manager to change the tactics, or you're looking at a player to do something exceptional to change the game. Right. It's clearly not going to plan. It's not working out how we'd want it to be. Has the manager changed anything? No. Has any player said, right, give me the ball, I'll do something special? No.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. So now we've got half time. Can the manager tactically change it? Or can a player come on, or a player who's currently on, do something special? This is what we need. These are the exact moments we speak about.
No, absolutely. Hang on. Let me change this screen. There we go. We'll go there. Danny, you look happy. I mean, Jermaine Defoe's on my screen at the moment. What I would give to have Jermaine Defoe out there. But Dan, again, Bournemouth counter-attacking, looking to get in behind. They've had Forster's made a couple of brilliant saves. How do you see this one panning out, mate?
Are you not entertained? I think we've looked very, very bad. I mean, Udogie, I think he's looked terrible. Gray, I just feel sorry for him. Johnson, some of that passing is just poor. Just the goal they scored as well. Where was our defence?
Yeah, shocking.
Where was any of it?
Dragusin, Davis, and Udogie all didn't know what was going on.
Shocking.
All of them.
Forster has looked good. He's done some brilliant saves again. He's looked good, and he's about the only one.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I mean, Stel, people are pointing out in the chat that, you know, as we said, if Bournemouth win this tonight, they've got more points than us in a year. Spurs haven't managed to put 2 away wins together for 14 months. Do you see any chance in which we come out and turn this around this half?
Yeah, 100%. At 1-0, we've seen what football can do. At 1-0, it's anyone's game. Listen, we get one penalty, we get one strike that goes in. It's game on, right? That's what football's about. We're far from out of this, but if we come out and do that again, we're probably going to lose 2-0. And I tell you what, the Roma game, I thought we were poor, although we did have a lot of chances. I thought Fulham was horrendous. Tonight, we're not looking good. If we take this into Sunday, I know people say, oh, but, typical Spurs to beat Chelsea. Chelsea are going to batter us. If we play Chelsea will batter us.
Just quickly, guys, Fulham have taken the lead. Fulham 2, Brighton 1. I'm gonna tell you the league table as it stands. Big up to Wayne Holland. Hope you're well, brother. I'll message you tonight. Liverpool, hang on, let me change this. Since Fulham have just scored, it changes the table again. So Liverpool are in first with 35. Chelsea 28 points in second. Arsenal 28 points in third. City have got 26 points in fourth. Brighton have got 23 points in fifth. Nottingham Forest, 22 points in sixth. Fulham are on 22 points as well in seventh. Aston Villa in 22 points on eighth. Bournemouth on 21 points in ninth. And Tottenham are on 20 points in 10th.
So suddenly, Savva, those fans were saying, but we're only 3 points off of 6. Now it's 6 points. Lose to Chelsea, 9 points. 9 points. Where's the argument now? When we were saying, don't look at it like that, you've got to look at what's going on in the games. And, very quickly from 3 points, we're 9 points. And now we've got a big problem.
Yeah.
I mean, Solanke should have scored that as well. I'm looking at that again. The way he just put that over the top, that was Timo Werner style.
Dan, he never looked comfortable. He doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look settled,
I mean, Fulham, Brighton, Forest, Villa, and Bournemouth. As it stands, that could all change in the second half. As it stands, all of those clubs are above us. This manager has spent nearly £400 million. No one is going to tell me those clubs have better squads than us. No one. I'm not going to hear. I'm not going to hear that Nottingham Forest and Fulham and Bournemouth and that they've all got better squads, lads. That's absolutely mad. By the way, there's over 1,000 of you in the chat. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And please subscribe to the Hotspur Hood and to Tottenham Away as well. And listen, for over 1,000 people in the chat, there's only 407 likes. We should definitely be on more. A user has said, for the lost cause out there, we play like that on Sunday, we're going to get creamed. By the way, I'm not upset tonight, as this is what I expected. The Range ball. Big up to you, A user. I completely agree. Freddie, big up to you. Has said, I tried to be positive after Man City, but every time we play a mid-table team, they school us or at least get a draw. I'm pissed. Bring in Iriola. Lots of people want the Bournemouth manager. And VCats has said, Forster doing better than Vic. Unpopular, but true. I mean, big up VCats. I mean, guys, we keep saying, oh, we're missing Vicario. Forster's done a very good job the last 3 or 4 games.
He has. Forster's been very good, and I was extremely worried about him. On set pieces, on the past couple of games, I think we actually look better with him in goal. I mean, that last one, you can't blame him. But at shot stopping, I'd say Vicario's significantly better, but Forster has actually made some very good saves.
But at the same time, Dan, since Forster's come in, we haven't won a game.
Do you know what?
Yeah, it's not his fault, though, is it? Listen, he kept us in against Fulham. He kept us in the game against Roma. He's had 2 sublime saves here today. Let's be brutally honest. None of the goals are, for me, none of the goals were his fault. This is just, I just think we're shambolic. I really do, guys.
Listen.
Look at this.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. We're too negative. Okay. So if you're enjoying this, enjoy it. This is the club you want. This is the squad you want. This is the football you want. You've got your dream ticket, right? Enjoy it. Don't worry about it.
You're entertained. He's entertained. That's all that matters. We can still get this. Yeah, it's only 1-0. We can still get this. As all it takes is to go when it changes. But that first half, Ange's got to change something. And one thing you can blatantly see, They're picking on the flanks again because both of them are inverted into the bloody middle after time.
Exactly. There was one occasion in that game, you see it, when Archie Gray had literally gone out into midfield on the left-hand side. And I said, if they break here, there's a gap. What did they do? One ball across from Semenyo and Kirkes, who has been excellent, by the way, at their left back, flying down the wing, gets in across. I just don't know. I don't know what to say about it anymore, guys. Like, I'm so...
Look, our passing hasn't been good enough. We lack creativity up top because I don't think Kulu should be in that forward wide position, but then Maddison needs to be in that 10 because that's his best position. I don't think Bissouma or Sarr give us enough from a creative aspect. Johnson is not a left-sided player. Why is he on the left? But then he looks like he's playing holding mid most of the game. Solanke, this is the Solanke that we know. At the end of the day, the intensity is not there either. We need to up the intensity and we need to push more aggressively onto Bournemouth when they get the ball. Our pressing game isn't there like it's normally there. We don't look like we've got intensity. We don't look like there's high energy. Like this Bournemouth team, Savva, we can get them. I can see it. We can get them, but our intensity is too low. And
very physical. They're being very physical.
They are being physical. The only concern I've got really is when they counter, there's so much space for them to exploit.
The over-hammering of all our players tonight is laughable. I mean, look, as I said, if people like what they're seeing, then I'm not going to try and change their mind. It's what I'm here to do.
So, Jamie, who's caught your eye tonight for Spurs other than the goalie? Who's caught your eye? Who do you think's playing well for Spurs tonight? Let us know.
I feel sorry for Bissouma. I really do. Having to cover the middle, the left wing back, and the right wing back. I've seen him trying to cover all three. I actually genuinely feel sorry for him at the moment after watching that.
Do you know what? I don't disagree. Hang on, Stel, just quickly, your show is... Yeah, there we go. I'm just making sure I've got the redirect for later. That's done. The thing, just before the second half, before they come back out, guys, listen, we can still come back into this, for sure. But for me, it's another one of them games where it's a small pitch, a well-organised team that don't leave a lot of gaps. And again, that's where I find us wanting. Is that fair to say?
I can't disagree. I can't disagree on that one.
Yeah,
I want to, but I can't. So
yeah. Just watch the second half. We will turn it. Listen, Proximo, I hope so. But listen, this is now how many halves in a row have we looked really poor? And guys, you know what this is doing more and more and more? It's just making that Man City win look the anomaly, right?
Yeah.
More and more, it just looks like a one-off game.
We've been like this for about 3 years now, 4 years, that we only seem to turn up for a half, basically. It's very rare we do a game. And again, 18 months that Andrew's been here, he hasn't managed to change that either.
It's interesting fans like Proximo say, we'll turn it around the second half, because that's not what he was saying before the game. Now the narrative changes, you know.
Yeah, before the game, didn't he say this will be an easy 3-0 Spurs win? You know, and this is the problem. How can you, Alf, you've missed 45 minutes of Tottenham being Tottenham, if we're going to be brutally honest. By the way, it's still 2-1 to Fulham. Fulham have got 3 minutes to hang on. Fulham will go above us in the table if it stays like this. Fulham will go above us in the table if it stays.
That's a really impressive win if they win that, because Brighton, for me, I think they've got a chance of top 4 this year. I've said it many a time. I think that's a really good result for Fulham.
Brighton
really
look good. They do look good.
Oh, apparently it's 3-1. They've won it.
Is it 3-1?
Apparently, yeah.
Wow, it's 3-1. So Fulham will end the night above Tottenham as it stands. As things stand. Guys, I'm going to kick you off. The game's about to kick off. I'll see you after the game.
Yep. See you later.
Cheers, lads. So Fulham 3-1 up tonight. Iwobi again. Iwobi's on fire, isn't he? Let's hang on. Who's still there? Let me get rid of Dan. Kick from the studio. Kick guest. Let me go to this screen, and then let me go to the scoreboard. So Bournemouth are going to get us underway for the second half, and we are underway. Spurs have 45 minutes to turn around what has been a very, very Spursy display, if we're going to be brutally honest. And no Tottenham fan can tell me I'm not allowed to use the word Spursy. It is the perfect word. So here comes Tottenham. Basuma lays the ball off to Udogie. Can we get a nice early goal and really make a fist of this? Phil, it's not what you've been saying for months, mate. Not what you've been saying for months. Tut, tut, tut. The flipping and the flopping. Phil, you've been telling me how great Ange and the players are for the last 3 months. Here's Brennan Johnson into Maddison. Sorry if I didn't get to your comments, people. There are over 1,000 people during the halftime in here. Can we make a fist of fins? Dragusin plays the ball forward, easily headed out for a throw-in by Kirkes, who's been very impressive, Kirkes, today. It seems like whoever plays left back for our opposition always has a good game, flying down that left-hand side. So, no changes made, I think, from what I've seen. No changes. Here's Archie Gray, plays it back to Ben Davies. I would expect us to have most of the ball again this half. Got to make sure we watch against the counter-attacks. Just confirmation there. Fulham are 3-1 up. So as it stands, Fulham are above Tottenham in the league. As things stand, Tottenham Hotspur are 10th in the table. So here's Radu Dragusin. If I go quiet, it just means nothing's really happening, guys, by the way. Here's James Maddison. Turns, spins, give the ball to Ben Davies. Here's Sarr, gets the ball to Johnson. Ange, it looks like hasn't changed a thing here. Here's Maddison, plays it to Gray, who again is inverted into midfield. And in the end, Smith clears it. It hits Maddison and goes out for a throw-in to Bournemouth. So hoping for an early goal, because the longer this goes on, the more they'll grow in confidence. A goal for Spurs now would surely put the balance into Spurs' favour. Here's Smith, throws it long, knocked on by Semenyo. Basuma wins it, but then it's cleared over the top. Evan Nilsson's going to run at... Evan Nilsson did well there, but in the end, Dragusin just did enough. Here's Basuma, plays it into Maddison. Maddison turns and is fouled by Tyler Adams in midfield. So Maddison fouled by Tyler Adams, and it's going to be a free kick to Tottenham just inside their half. So here's Fraser Forster. He's got the ball. He lays it out to Ben Davies, who's on a yellow card, remember. Ben Davies plays the ball in to Solanke, whose control wasn't great, but he's still got it. He's had to come all the way deep to find the ball. Dragusin now plays the ball in, and Tottenham, we got lucky there. We've won the ball. That's a good ball played down. Oh, it's not a good ball. I spoke too soon. The ball was played down the line to Solanke, and it went out. And it's a throw-in to Bournemouth. This is tedious so far. 49 minutes gone. Tottenham have 41 minutes to find a goal or two. Is that true? I can't believe that's true. Weren't we losing this year to West Ham and Villa when we came back? Or do you mean away from home? So here's Archie Gray with the throw-in. And there's a ball played over the top. Ben Davies knocks it back to Forster. Forster with a quick feet Did really well, actually. God, you don't like to see your keeper do that, but he did really well. And now can Tottenham break? Yes, they can. Here's Kulusevski. Kulusevski driving through the middle. He's looking for an out ball. The ball goes in the end to Brennan Johnson. Can Brennan Johnson do anything here? Brennan Johnson's running across because he's got no left foot. Basuma takes a dig. It hits the Bournemouth defender and flies out for a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Basuma took the shot. It was hopeful. It hit Christie and goes out for a corner. So 5 minutes in the second half gone. Tottenham have a corner kick. Can we do something from this corner? I get the feeling if we get the next goal, we can go on and win it. I truly think we can. Here's Archie Gray. Dinks the ball to the back post, but it's a terrible cross from Archie Gray straight into the hands of Kepa, who I don't really remember having a lot to do, if we're going to be brutally honest. Yeah, Fraser Forster with it. Here's Evan Nilsson. He loses the ball, though, and you would expect Tottenham to have a lot of the ball here. It's whether or not we can do enough with it and open the game up. Here's Basuma. He goes out wide again to Brennan Johnson. The problem is when we go out wide to Brennan Johnson, he just cuts in every time because he's got no left foot and can't beat a man. Here's Basuma. Bournemouth back in a good shape now, but Davis plays it across to Dragashin. He goes down the line to Kulu, who's on the right touchline. Kulu cuts in as well to Maddison. Gets it to Solanke. Solanke gets it out his feet to Johnson. Can Johnson? He lays it off to Udogie, and Udogie's low cross is cleared at the near post. Tottenham getting in behind there. That was better from Tottenham. We got in behind, but the ball pulled back by Udogie. It wasn't the best. It was played in front. It needed to pull that back to Maddison and cleared for a corner kick. A corner kick. So a corner kick to James Maddison, whips it in. It's punched off the line by Kepa, who was asking for a foul. And then Dragashin in a tussle. Dragashin goes down. Bournemouth are on the break here. Well, I think we've got enough bodies back, but he's absolutely skinned Udogie as Kluivert. He's skinned Udogie. Kluivert is through on goal. Kluivert and Forster saves us yet again. It wasn't the greatest finish, but Forster yet again, man of the match for me. Let me know if you disagree. For me, Fraser Forster, man of the match again for Tottenham. I mean, he absolutely skinned Udogie like he wasn't there. And he ran through, and then the shot was straight at Forster. But I tell you what, if we keep leaving gaps like that, we're going to concede. If he had taken that shot anywhere to the right or left of Forster, the game would be 2-0. Now, Ben Davis has got the ball in the middle of our half. He's going to bring it forward. He's still going, and then gives the ball away, and that sums up Tottenham. But we've got it back. Brennan Johnson lays it off to Kulu, thinks about the shot, doesn't, goes out to Sarr. Sarr on the edge of the box, back to Gray. Gray has a dig, left-footed, really tame into the keeper's arms, and that's not going to trouble a keeper of Kepa's standard. And again, they're giving us the warning signs. They're giving us the warning signs. They're creating chances. And Basuma this time takes the ball off Kirkes. Nothing silly there, Basuma. He gives it to Archie Gray. Fulham have won 3-1. So Fulham, as it stands, Fulham are 6th in the Premier League. 1 point behind Brighton, 4 points behind Man City. And the gap from Man City to the rest at the moment is starting to widen other than Brighton. It's starting to widen. The top 4 just ever so slightly starting to move away. So it's a goal kick. 10 minutes of this second half gone. 9.5 minutes of this second half gone. Son is getting changed. So it looks like Son is going to come on here for Tottenham Hotspur. Let's hope it's the good Son and not the Son that played against Fulham. Here's Basuma on the ball, driving through the midfield. The ball goes out wide to Johnson. I can guarantee you what he's going to do here. He's gone on the outside, actually. And then, yeah, that's why he goes inside, because his cross was absolutely rubbish with his left foot. And Sonny is coming on. Sonny is stripped, ready to go. I don't know who's going to come off. Udogie takes a throw into Maddison. Here's Udogie again, back to Basuma. Basuma's given the ball away. They're breaking again. And now they've got 3-on-4. There's the ball. Luckily for us, it wasn't a good ball. But again, the counter-attack, we've got to watch against it here. Here's Solanke out to Kulu. Has Kulu got a better ball in him this time? Kulu with a low ball. And Adams gets back. He's done very well in that midfield today, Tyler Adams. And it's a corner kick to Tottenham. 56 minutes gone. Is he going to bring Son on now, or is he going to wait for the corner? I think he's done a very good job. I think he's done a very good job for me. There's a ball in from Kulu. It was over everybody. Davis was never tall enough to get that. And Tottenham again, 56 minutes gone. We're huffing, we're puffing, but not really creating. Let's have a look. How close was it? Oh, it was just probably this much over his head. Let's have a look at it again from this angle. It was a lot of pace on that ball as well. So Son comes on and Papa Sarr goes off. So Son has come on and Papa Sarr has gone off. Sonny gets the captain's armband from James Maddison. So you haven't missed anything. When I go quiet, it means nothing's happening. So Son is on. Adam Smith hooks the ball high up the line. I don't know if Semenyo brings it out of the air brilliantly there. Then does brilliantly. Again, he's still got the ball. This time it's one player too many. James Maddison goes to take the pass, and that's a foul by Semenyo. Maddison is arguing about something. He's got the free kick. I don't know what we're arguing about. Let's play on. Yeah, it could have been a yellow. Let's just play on. Before we worry about that, let's worry about getting back into this game before we worry about which Bournemouth players are going to be booked. A really good tackle in the midfield. Solanke is running at them here. Solanke lays it off to Kulu. His shot low down. It's deflected off the keeper, and Spurs are back in the game. Sonny has scored, and no, the Lino's put his flag up, which is the only reason. The Lino's put his flag up. I'm not sure it was. Let's have a look here. Brilliant work in midfield by Basuma. Solanke took the shot. Yeah, he's offside. He's offside. He is offside. Sonny saying, who, me? And he was offside when the shot came in. He was offside. No goal from Tottenham. Yeah, he was off. He was off by quite some way, but much better there. Basuma bit into the tackle in the midfield, played it into Solanke, lays it off to Kulu, who shot straight at Kepa, but Kepa bumbled it into the path of Son, who was offside. And Tottenham are now starting to have all the game. Bournemouth look like they're about to bring somebody on. I don't know if that's Ouattara, maybe. Yeah, I know. He's going, who, me? And it was like, yeah, you were miles off, mate. Here's Bournemouth, though, on the counter-attack. They've played the ball through to Evan-Nilsson. He's one-on-one with Davis. Evan-Nilsson takes a shot. Low down save. Wasn't the greatest shot, but low down into the arms of Fraser Forster. And it's now Tottenham Hotspur on the attack. I'm knackered. Tottenham on the attack. Here's Sonny. Cuts in on the right. Lays it off to Maddison. Maddison turns, swivels, shoots. And it's wide. I think, oh, no. How has that not gone in? How has that not gone in? Maddison started the play and then did brilliantly. Gave it to Sonny. Sonny played it into Maddison, who turned, swiveled, hooked his shot. Oh my gosh, he's flashed just past the post. Oh, it's flashed just past the post. Oh, I thought it was in. I thought it was in. It's gone just past the post. Oh, Tottenham going to regret some of these fouls. Ben Davies is down injured, by the way. Ben Davies is down injured. Davies is down injured. Looks to me maybe holding his hamstring. Maybe, I don't know. Tottenham are bringing on Pedro Porro. So you'd probably think Porro to right back and Gray to centre half, maybe. Just remember, all the fans that were happy with the transfer window, we only wanted to buy kids. Didn't want to buy any senior pros. So Tottenham are now creeping back into this game. Could easily have equalised, but at the moment we haven't. Tottenham are bringing on Pedro Porro. Oh, dearie me. Being a Tottenham fan, it's going to kill me one day. It is going to kill me. I can't see any other way. It's going to have to be him there, isn't it, Bobby? I think it's going to have to be. I think he'd do a better job than all the centre-halves we get. So Ben Davies has gone off. Mamba, I think that Maddison's been our most brightest spark going forward. He's created a couple of chances, had a couple of chances. I just think now you're at the point of just hating for hating's sake. So Porro's going to go to right back, and I'm guessing, yeah, exactly. Not Tottenham till I die. Tottenham when I die. So what's going on here? Let me just confirm that for you. So I can confirm that Pedro Porro has come on. The referee is going to book Kepa, but I'm guessing for time wasting. So Kepa has been booked. 62 minutes gone. We've got 28 minutes to find a couple of goals here. You can sense that a goal could be coming for Tottenham. It's just whether or not we can be clinical enough. There's the ball long down the field by Kepa. It's won by Sonny. Gives it to Maddison. Plays another good ball. Maddison. Then the ball goes into Curry. Maddison's played well. He's playing some really good forward passes. He's doing some really good stuff in that midfield. What does that tell you? If everyone's getting hamstrings, what does it tell you? So, I'm absolutely shattered, people. Tottenham, we're now at the stage though where we're winning most of the midfield battles. Every now and then, they're breaking through and going on the counter-attack, but we are starting to show a bit more intensity. Where was this intensity in the first half? By the way, Bournemouth are making a substitution. Coming off is Kluivert. I think it's Justin Kluivert coming off, and I think that's Ouattara coming on. I'll let you know in a second. I think that's Ouattara. Let's see how good my knowledge is. Johnson tapping incoming. At the moment, I don't care how it comes. We've just got to get a goal. It was Ouattara. Gosh, my knowledge. Just kidding. I knew he was on the bench. Ouattara has come on for Kluivert to give them some fresh legs. And now Bournemouth launched the ball down the field. Tottenham win that. Given away poorly. No. Really well won by Udogie. Basuma now. Basuma's starting to have a much better second half than he did first half. There's the ball. Played down the line. Porro whips it in. And it's cleared over the bar. I don't know if that's a corner. They're asking for offside. I think it's a corner. Let's see what happened here. Sorry, something. The camera's so low down. Yeah, it was cleared by Hewson, the guy who scored the goal. Lily, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say to you. What do you want me to do? I don't know what do you want me to do? Just make up that everything's great. Maddison whips it in. And again, Kepa off the line and a great shot saved by Kepa. Pedro Porro came in from nowhere. The ball fell to the edge of the box. Porro with a low, hard drive straight at Kepa, but a really good effort. Agreed. This is Basuma in a nutshell. Does some great stuff and then some mad stuff. Yes. Olmo said, I also said before, I want your manager. I've changed my mind. He's absolutely terrible and he is clueless and no tactics or any gumption. Each to their own. Each to their own. Tottenham. Kulu maintaining his getting dispossessed stats as second most in the Premier League. He does get dispossessed a lot. Aussie Matt, again, oh, he had to be Australia. You forget. Sorry, who said I forget? I don't. Sorry, I'm going to say it. When people like you come in and say you conveniently forget, how did I forget? This game has got nothing to do with Van de Ven and Romero not playing. Here's Bournemouth. They're on the attack. Oh, they've hit a post and it's gone out. Oh, we're living dangerously, aren't we, here? On the counter-attack, Bournemouth look like they're going to score. And to be fair, we've had a lot of chances in the last 5 minutes, but Christie dragged his shot. It hit the base of the post and went out wide. And they've got another chance here. Christie, again, he slipped in Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson shoots. Good tackle. Good tackle by Radu Dragusin. Aussie Matt, sorry, I'm not doing it anymore. This cult of Ange is just getting ridiculous. It's now an excuse every single game from people like you. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it anymore. Corner kick. We've got more than enough out on that pitch to be beating Bournemouth, who were 13th at the beginning of play. 13th. Come on, what are we doing? So, Bournemouth with a corner kick. Let's hope Spurs are a little bit more switched on than they were in the first half. Oh. It's going to be a corner kick taken by Tavernier. He whips it in left-footed into the near post. It caused problems, but we've got it away. Or maybe there was a free kick. So the refs, I think there might have been, I think there might have been a free kick in there. Let's have a look. I don't know what was going on. Yeah, okay, yeah. There was a lot of bodies all falling over. And it looks like there's going to be a yellow card for someone. Hadrian's Wall, you can believe in whatever project you want. None of you can actually tell me what it is. None of you. None of you can tell me what this project is. Like Lee says, what is the project? When does it start looking good? So throw into Tottenham down on the right-hand side. At this moment, I'd snap your hand off for a point. Tottenham. Here's Kulu, holds the ball up. Then, again, he's dispossessed very easily. And then a free kick given away. Oh, Tavernier, I just don't care at this stage, Nick. I really don't care. The Spurs are depressing me. Spurs are absolutely depressing me. It's just the number of people pretending still that everything's fine. It's a project. It's a process. We look so mediocre. Thank you to everyone that subscribed. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Please do keep subscribing so we can get down to 15K. Here's Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson lays it off. I think this is Ouattara. Ouattara whips it in. It's deflected off of the Spurs fullback. I think it was deflected off of Porro or Gray for a corner kick. And no one can explain to me what the project is. No one can explain to me what the project is. Again, look at the things we say. It's madness. Look, Aussie Matt is another one. Sorry, mate. You've got the club you deserve. Aussie Matt, can I ask how long have you supported Tottenham? I'm guessing it's less than 2 years. So a corner kick going to come in here from Tavernier. Is that right, Nick? Tavernier is going to whip in a corner. Left-footed into the 6-yard box. And it's headed just wide. Well, fairly wide, actually, by Adams, but should have done better. Big up Anthony Clark for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Fran, as it stands, that's our only win in 6 games. And people talk to me about a project. Oh, Chloe, don't. Chloe, don't. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. It's a cult at this stage. It's just madness. Perry, I'm on 40 years, mate. I mean, I'm on 40 years. This isn't my first rodeo. So Tottenham now have 20 minutes plus injury time to find a goal. 20 minutes plus injury time to find a goal. Bournemouth look happy to counter-attack. They've won the ball again in midfield. There's the ball played out. Semenyo is one-on-one with Udogie. Semenyo shoots just 2-3 yards over the bar. And Bournemouth are starting to get some chances. We are getting some chances as well, but it's now very end-to-end. I just don't get it. Hang on, they've scored again. Tottenham are 2-0 down. I don't know what happened. I missed it. I know that Evan Nilsson has scored. Get this man out of our club. Get this man out of our football club. This is terrible. 1 win in 6. 4 away wins in 2024. 10th in the table. 6 points off the Champions League positions. 1 win in 6. This is going to be, unless we get 2 goals. Forster. So his first mistake of the night. Is he offside? Is he offside? That might save us. Is he offside? Is he offside, anyone? I can't hear. I don't know. We might be saved here. Let's have a look. I can't really tell from the angle they're showing. I don't really know. We might be saved by the flag here. It's 1-0. It's 1-0. We've been saved by the offside flag. We've been saved by the offside flag. I don't care, Aussie Matt. Set possession is not what wins you games. Again, you're being blinkered into what Ange's telling you in press conferences. I know you love him because you're Australian, but this is silly now. Spurs are living a charmed life here. Spurs have been let off the hook here massively. Oh. That's 2 offside goals for them, 1 offside goal for us. That means, by the way, we've had 6 offside goals in the last 3 games. Oh, gosh. This is not good for blood pressure at all. So, 17 minutes. Spurs, surely now that sparks us into life. Surely. Oh, Lily, I hate this. Who else? There are loads of managers better than this guy. What are we doing? What are we doing? This notion again that, oh, well, what about who are you going to get in? I just need all the people that love him. I need to know why. Why do you love him so much? What has he done to deserve the backing that he gets? What are we doing? God, that was the let-off we needed. 2-0 was game over. Now we're still in with a chance. 16 minutes to go. Sonny plays it into Maddison. Maddison plays the ball into Kulu, but there was too much on it. Too much on it, and Bournemouth can clear. Not the greatest ball from Maddison there. I'd take him all day long. I'd take him all day long. I know, but I don't ask people like Aussie Matt. It's all getting very scrappy in there now. And now Basuma's giving the ball away. Bournemouth are in here. Bournemouth have had a shot just wide. Oh, what a charmed life we are living. Bournemouth should be 2 or 3 up here. I know we've had a few chances, but they've had much better chances as that flew just past the post. What are we doing? We keep giving the ball away. Oh. Oh, dearie me. So, Bournemouth with the ball at the back. Here's Zabanyi. Plays the ball forward. And that one's going to be seen by Archie Gray. So I thought Archie Gray was going to play back to Forster, but he doesn't. He goes in. Listen, there's still a lot of time for an equaliser here. We just got to make sure that we don't concede on the counter-attack. This time, a free kick in the midfield for Spurs. Basuma takes it quickly. Here's James Maddison. Good ball into Son. Sonny tries to trick past his player. And what a really good tackle that was by Semenyo. Really good tackle, but Bournemouth have cleared it straight to Spurs. We can come again now. And Kulu loses the ball again. I've said that a lot tonight. And now Bournemouth have 3-on-3. Bournemouth have a 3-on-3. Here's Ouattara. He crosses the ball, and thank God it was a terrible cross. Spurs are starting to be opened up like a can of worms here, if we're going to be brutally honest. We are starting to be opened up. And Ouattara, I don't even think it was a cross in the end. It was a terrible shot. Gus, it is the same every match, but I keep being told there's a project, there's a plan. He's gonna change, and I don't know. I don't even care anymore. Sod it. Let him stay to the end of the season. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. I just don't care. I just don't care anymore. This is just... There's a ball long into Solanke, who heads it down into the path. And Bournemouth have now got all sorts of space in midfield and are cutting through again. They've got the ball on the left-hand side. Kirkes to Ouattara. Ouattara cuts in. He's going to, sensibly from a Bournemouth point of view, plays it backwards. Oh, no, Aussie Matt, you lot weren't saying this before. And yes, he did want Solanke. See, now, no, listen, Aussie Matt, please stop. Please stop. It's getting embarrassing now. I'm getting really embarrassed. The excuses people like you are making up for this man. All of them. How many times do they all give the ball away? Kulu's given the ball away the second most times in the Premier League this season. Smash the like button if you haven't already, people. We're on 501 likes. And please, if you haven't subscribed, come on, people. We're trying to get to 15K by the end of the year. Bergvall and Werner are getting stripped off with 12 minutes to go. Bergvall and Werner, one of them to come on and be the hero. Oh. And another free kick given away, this time by Kirkes on Maddison. Maddison does win a lot of fouls, doesn't he? Yep. This will be 1 win in 6. And 8 times in the last 14 games, we've not won anything. Oh, mate, I'm not looking forward to Chelsea. I'm not looking forward to Chelsea. If they'd had half these chances, they would have wrapped this game up. But Tottenham still in with a chance. There's the low ball, swivel, turn, shot, and offside. And then, it's offside. It's offside. It's offside. It's offside. So 11 minutes plus injury time. Thanks, Des. I try my best. I try my best, mate. Big Six Bands. How we doing, bro? Which one of you is it? Who is that in the chat? Let me know. Big up to you guys. Hope your channel's going well. Werner and Bergvall are on. Werner and Bergvall are on. Basuma and Maddison off. Ange Postecoglou standing there. Has changed nothing in this game. Same tactics. So Bournemouth with the long goal kick. Semenyo doesn't win the ball, but Bergvall, his first touch is giving it away. Bournemouth now with Semenyo. Semenyo, Bergvall dives in, and Semenyo's taking him on, crosses the ball. And I tell you what, how Tottenham are not 2-0 down. I know you're all watching it. How on earth they have not scored a second here is beyond me. Semenyo doing what our wingers couldn't. Oh my gosh, he's missed a sitter. He's missed a sitter. We are a very, very lucky football team right now. God, we've got to snatch a goal here now, haven't we? We've been so lucky. Here's Kulu, and he gives the ball away again. Kulusevski gives the ball away so much. And now Bournemouth on the break again, but we've won it back with Son in the midfield. Oh, my God. Here's Kulu. Lays it back into the path of Bergvall. Have we got something? Have we got something in these last 9 minutes? Here's Werner. And the ball is cleared by Bournemouth not very well. And Tottenham have a throw in deep on the left. Can we salvage a point here? Or get two, but there's been more than enough good players on this pitch to not be losing to Bournemouth. Here's Kulusevski losing the ball again. Honestly, Kulusevski, Kirkes plays the ball down the line to Ouattara. Dragusin comes over, makes a really good challenge, and it's out for a throw-in. How they have not scored 2 or 3 in this second half is beyond me. Brun, I don't understand Brun. I don't get it. I don't get it. Lazio have beaten Napoli 3-1 in the Italian Cup, by the way. Lazio 3, Napoli 1. Lost 8 of the last 12 away. Honestly, Simon, it's so bad. It's so bad. The Man City game has really papered over some terrible cracks, hasn't it? Tell you what, thank God for them missing a couple of sitters. But again, they're now running through us. Semenyo with the ball again. He pulls the ball back again. Oh, they're going to score. Here's Ouattara. He's hit the defender. Here's Ouattara again. And he's blazed over the bar. How are we not 2-0 down? This is crazy. Another sitter. And Spurs, if ever a draw was on the line, it's got to be now. How many chances do we concede? And people keep telling me we can defend. How many chances? Oh, my gosh. No, mate, Greg, they'll still love him. They'll still love him. Spurs in a good position now with Bergvall. Edge of the box. Gives it to Son. Son leaves it to Werner. Werner runs at his man. Pulls the... Oh, God, Timo Werner. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised? Timo Werner took his man on and blazed it. I don't even know if it was a cross or a shot. Let's look at this again. Timo took his man. Oh my God. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not even angry anymore. Not even angry anymore. Billy, it's absolutely shocking, isn't it? What did Ange say yesterday? We deserve more respect. For what? So Tottenham have a free kick on the just by the halfway line. We've got 6 minutes plus injury time to salvage this game. Olmo, you can have the job. I don't care. My bin man can have the job, or bin woman. They can have the job. I don't care. Now Bournemouth are making some changes, and it looks like Evan Nilsson is going off. Evan Nilsson is going off for Bournemouth, who are 6 minutes away plus injury time. Have Spurs got a late escape in us? And Tavernier. Sorry. Oh, mate, these people just say nice things. And this is how you know, guys. Let me tell you, while I've got a big audience, there's 800 of you in here. Whenever people tell you that YouTubers like me say these things for clicks and views, let me tell you something. My channel would be double the size it is if I said nicer things. Yeah. Do you know how many people unsubscribe from me because I say the truth? Nick, mate, it's shocking. This will be the great escape if we get a point here. So Brooks is on. I think Billing is on. Somebody else came on as well. Someone can let me know the subs. That would be great. I don't think he's going anywhere, mate. He's got so much love from people. I don't know why. Tottenham, 4.5 minutes to save this game. Good ball down the line to Kulusevski. Kulusevski lays it into Bergvall. Bergvall goes down the line to Porro. Here's Kulu. And again, Kulu loses the ball. He's had a shocker today, Kulu has. I know people don't want to hear that, but he's had an absolute shocker as Bournemouth launch a ball over the top. Brooks is onside, is he? Brooks is one-on-one with Archie Gray. He's going to run at him. Brooks pulls the ball back off of Gray. Gray did well in the end, and it's a corner kick to Bournemouth. Yes, we've got Chelsea next. Lucky us. Oh, big up, Lisa. How you doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, Lisa, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I've been saying this for a year, but I just get called every name under the sun. Oh, Matthew, who do you support? I don't know who do you support. Oh, gosh. So Bournemouth with a free kick. Brooks whips it into the near post. This one's cleared. Headed back in by Billing. Headed over the bar. And I'll tell you what, Spurs, we can't defend. How this is 1-0. How this is 1-0 is beyond me. And they should have scored again. Oh, my gosh. What is going on? There's the ball dinked in. Oh, Forster left it. They all left it. Their forward left it. And now Udogie can bring the ball forward. 3 minutes to rescue this. 3 minutes to rescue this. Here's Son. Good turn from Son. Much better. Runs past his man. What have you got, Sonny? And then holds onto the ball for so long that the man he went past got back and won the ball off him. I'm not even sorry about my hair. Look at the state of it. Right, what have we got here? Here's Sonny out wide to Kulu. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Come on, Spurs. Something. Anything. I sound like a desperate twat now, don't I? Anything. Something. Kulu whips the ball into the box. It's fallen to Son on the edge of the box. He twists, he turns, he shoots. It's cleared. Werner picks it up and he lays it all the way back to Gray. Oh. Here's Bergvall. Gary. Oh my gosh. Have we got a late goal? Have we scored many late goals this year? Here's the ball into Werner. No, he slipped over. And Bournemouth again play it down the line. You can see what they're trying to do. Really well won back that time by Gray. Bergvall now can bring the ball forward. Adrian's Wall, please stop. Stop. This isn't a wobble. Stop it. You're being silly now. It's bordering on childish. Bournemouth have a 2-on-2 break. Oh, gosh. Can we see this one? Here's Ouattara. Ouattara cuts in, goes past Dragusin, and again, his shooting is wayward. Spurs get away with another one. Look at the state of some of these comments from the Ange fans. It is mad. I am a Tottenham fan. I want what's best for Tottenham. And Ange Postecoglou is not it. It is not it. Look at the state of these comments. Look at it. Look at the state of these comments. Honestly, fans like that. Ozzy, Matt, how long you supported Spurs? Please tell me. Bournemouth again have a 2-on-2. Oh my! This is like he's taken the ball to the corner instead. And now Bournemouth are going to go all the way home, are they? Here's Houston. He's going to play that long over the top. Porro clears it. But Bournemouth have won the ball back. We are now into injury time. There's going to be 6 minutes for Spurs to find an equaliser. 6 minutes for an equaliser. No, they do. Multi-channel, they do defend this. Look at the comments from some of them. I know it's only a few, but they will not turn around and say they got it wrong. Spurs have a much better squad than to be 10th in the table and winning 4 away games in a year. Yeah. Listen, there's still time. We got 5.5 minutes. Bergvall running through midfield with the ball. A little step over. Plays a ball out to Timo Werner. Timo Werner goes down the line to Son. They're asking for offside. The rest not going to give it. Yes, he is. Sonny is offside. That pretty much sums up Tottenham tonight. I tell you what, they've had 17 shots, according to my app. 17. So 4.5 minutes of injury time to find a goal. Bournemouth with the long ball. Dragusin clears it. They win it again in midfield. Here's Philip Billing. Here's Brooks. Turns Adogi like Adogi can't defend. I'll say it. He cannot defend. Here's Philip Billing. He takes on Archie Gray, who also can't defend. Lays it back. And I tell you what, how they're going to have another shot. I tell you what, it's coming, isn't it? It's coming. It's coming. And the block from Bergvall was brilliant. But I tell you what, how this is not 2-0 is utterly, utterly beyond me. They have the ball again. And they're in again. Here's Kirkes. Kirkes pulls it back and a save by Forster. How on earth are we not losing this by 3 or 4 goals? This has been, again, another team. If I had said before the game to all these fans like Aussie Matt, if I had said, how many of these Bournemouth players do you want? They're the sort of fans that would tell me none. None could play handball. But tonight, apparently, we haven't got a good enough team out to beat them or to even draw at the moment. Oh, keep smashing the like button, people. We should be on 600 likes. We're only on 530. And please do keep subscribing. I really would like to get to 15K by the end of the year. And we are about 80 away from 14.5K. Here's Kirkes. Whips the ball in deep to the back post and a header. Another chance. Not a great one, that one. By, is it Unyao? Yeah, again, this is what I mean. A wobble. It's mental, isn't it? Here's Kulu out on the left. Can we dig something out with 3 minutes to go? Kulu whips the ball in, headed clear by the goal scorer again. And now Bournemouth can bring it away. Or can Adogi? Adogi stops the attack and it's a throw-in to Bournemouth on the right-hand side. We are running out of time. We're running out of time here. I know we've got injuries, but loads of teams have injuries. There's enough people. There's enough good players. Tonight, you've seen Son, Solanke, Maddison, Basuma, Sarr, Porro, Adogi. Who else have I missed? I've missed another forward there. You're seeing lots and lots of good players out there that I'm told are brilliant. There are 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. Come on, Spurs, get the ball forward. Again, we're doing the slow passing thing. Get it forward. We've won 4 away games in 2024. And now they're on the break again. And well won back from Adogi that time because they were away there. Tottenham have got 1.5, just over 1.5 minutes to find an equaliser. There's the ball whipped in, brought down, and it's gone wide and out for a goal kick. And Bournemouth are 90 seconds away from making Spurs. God, this will be 8 away wins in 12, I believe. Tonight, you've seen Solanke, Johnson, Son, Werner, Kulusevski, Madison, Basuma, Sarr, Porro, Adogi. I'm sorry, there's more than enough to not be losing to Bournemouth. But you're the one, you're another one that keeps coming in and have a go at me. Savva, you're negative, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Proximo, what happened to your 3-0 win? You're another one. You're another one. You just can't tell the truth, can you? Tottenham with one last attack here. Kulusevski lays it off to Johnson. How is Johnson still on? And Madison went off. Cleared by Bournemouth. Spurs have 30 seconds. Porro knocks the ball forward. The ball's going to go all the way out. It's a goal kick to Bournemouth. What are we doing here as a club? What are we doing? Another shocking performance from Tottenham Hotspur. Who was missing tonight? Our two centre-halves. Who was missing? Two centre-halves. And apparently we get this. He's going to blow the whistle. Bournemouth win the ball. It's brought down by Kulu. It's cleared by Bournemouth. The referee has blown the whistle. Tottenham Hotspur are an utter shambles. 1 win in 6 games. But Savva, don't worry, Savva. You're the problem, Savva. You're negative. You don't understand the project, the process. This manager is utter crap. This manager is absolutely out of his depth. What are we doing? People now starting to turn, aren't they? Sick of this. Enough is enough. Guys, girls, let me take a second. Big up to each and every one of you. We'll go for another half an hour or so, and then I'll send you all over to Stell's show. Please, for anyone that hasn't, please do like the show. Please do subscribe as well. I just don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. I genuinely don't know what to say. Again, and again, we are just constantly making excuses. Constant excuses. For me, yes, the two centre-halves were missing tonight, but we're playing a team who are 13th. We're playing a team who are 13th. No, I don't want the God channel. Why have you taken me to the God channel? 409 Sky Sports News. I'm going to bring on the guy. It's this guy's fault. Stell, it's you. You're negative. It's your fault. I'm blaming you.
I'm sorry to all the Spurs fans. I'm sorry to the club. I take back everything that I've ever said because it was all right.
Mate,
Savva,
I'm just going to say it.
He
is a shit manager. I'm just going to say it. Clip me up. I don't care. This guy is shit.
Look, Ange out. It's not going to work with him. It's not going to work. The players that we've seen some bad performances with many managers and under this manager as well. All I will say is this. 2 things. 1, someone tell me what was any different tonight from when Conte was manager. Someone tell me what was any different because you wanted Conte out. That is no different. And number
agreed.
2, I don't know how anyone can argue it at this stage. Number 2, that second half showed nothing from our players, as if they don't give a shit. He didn't change us tactically once. His subs regressed us. For me, I'm Levy out, Savva. I'm Lange out. I think this football director stinks.
Everyone.
I'm Ange out. I think he's a yes man, a puppet who's out of his depth. I'm Enoch out. I want it all gone, the whole thing. And I'm not doing this whole reset again. They've all got to go. We've been through this so many times. And this isn't knee-jerk. This isn't overreaction. Because before we went live, people in the chat were saying, calm down, Stell. Guys, we've got this. And rubbish. It's rubbish. YouTubers get really angry and upset as well when we say we're criticizing the manager, because tell me tonight what you saw that was anything to justify we're going in the right direction.
Right.
We're progressing. That Bournemouth team on the pitch tonight, you are not going to tell me that they are better man for man than what we've potentially got on that pitch. You're not going to tell me that. Maybe defensively, maybe, but our midfield and our front three were pretty much the exact same lot that went to Man City, won 4-0, and you all praise them. We can't do this where these group of players, brilliant, amazing, Roma, Fulham, and now this game. Guys, that could have been 8-0. Bournemouth were missing. It was like a training game. Savva, I thought I was watching like YouTube Spurs. You know, they do the videos. They show the training session. They ripped us the last 20 minutes. Shot after shot, miss after miss. It was shocking. That was shocking.
Tell you what, if that
So
Ouattara could
bad.
finish, I'll tell you what, this is the thing still for me. The
Awful,
excuses
awful,
will be
awful,
right,
awful.
As I just said, still tonight on the pitch, we have seen right Porro, Udogie, Maddison, Sarr, Basuma, Kulusevski, Son, Werner,
Dragusin,
Johnson,
Porro came on.
Johnson, Porro, and
Udogie.
Solanke. Right?
Yeah, there's no excuse.
I'm sorry. No one's going to tell me that those players are that bad that we win 1 of 6, and that's 8 defeats in our last 12 away games. Still,
look, let's be honest. Only Van der Ven and Romero, who are actually let's call them good players, were missing tonight, and we concede set pieces with them on the pitch. So it doesn't matter, right? We failed to create, and we failed to really test their goalkeeper enough.
Yeah.
The midfield and the attack, what did they do? And I'm sorry, the reason Bournemouth had, I'll tell you now, because there's no way we had more shots than them. No chance. I'm going to tell you.
No, I think they had about 19 or 20 in the game, if I'm not wrong. Right. Here you go.
Here we go.
Got it in front of me, mate.
21 shots.
Oh,
8 on target.
21 shots.
Right, we had 12. They had double the shots. They had 3 clear-cut chances. We had 0. So they dominated the attacking play. They had by far the most amount of chances and the best chances, right? That was because of tactics. Playing it out from the back when we can't do it. How many times did we get caught high up again? Again. It's tactics, guys. Tactically, he stinks. It's not about a rebuild. It's not about, listen, how are Bournemouth, Brighton, Fulham, and Nottingham Forest, how are they ahead of us? How is their project doing better than ours? What is this? Come on, guys. Right. Come on.
So, Stel, I'll tell you what I'll do. By the way, I'm going to shamelessly ask, there's 1,600 of you in here, probably looking for a meltdown. For me, this isn't even a meltdown. This is what I've been saying for a year. I've been saying how crap this manager is. Shamelessly, I'm going to ask, please do subscribe. We're 560 away from 15K. I'm not saying 500 of you are going to subscribe, but if even 100 of you would, that'd be amazing. The link is in the chat and it is pinned. Please do subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. And they have got a show tonight at 11:15, I believe, still. And I've redirected. So if you're still here then, people, it will take you straight over, and hopefully Stel will let me come on if I've calmed down for the well, he sent me the link, so I know I'm allowed on. Let's bring up the league table, Stel. I mean, listen, right? First of all, it was we're only 2 points off 4th, right? Oh, hang on. There we go. But what are we doing? There we go. First of all, it was we're 2 points off 4th. Then it was we're 3 points off 4th. We're now in 10th place. 6 points off 4th. But do you know what's even worse, Stel? Let's have a look down there, right? Down there, Tottenham Hotspur are what? 4 points, 5 points above 14th.
Nah, listen, Savva, we are going to go 9 points off 4th. Chelsea, do you know what, Savva? Chelsea are going to beat us because right now, I can't even say, but you know what? We played half decent. We're not playing well. We're not even playing well now. You know, we're not. We got owned by Fulham at home. We just got owned by Bournemouth. we don't even. Chelsea are in good form. We're not. I really, really struggle. I know I said City will probably beat us and we'll probably lose away to Man United. I got it wrong. Savva, honestly, this time I'll be gobsmacked if we don't lose to Chelsea. I really will, because we look awful. We look really bad. We don't look like a team. There's no heart. There's no spirit. Savva, there's no togetherness on that pitch. There's no fight. Do you remember when Fulham? Do you remember Fulham scored the equaliser, and we said how all the players' heads went down?
Yeah.
I kind of felt that's how I kind of felt during the whole second half. Like we're not really at it. We don't believe. We don't believe we can win. We don't believe we deserve to win.
Mm-hmm. Look, I just don't know anymore. Still, I genuinely don't know what we do as a club. Like, we look so poor, and unfortunately, the Man City win has papered over cracks, because when I look at Tottenham Hotspur's results since we beat Aston Villa, right? Here we go. I'm going to bring this up on the screen. This is since we beat Aston Villa. You ready? This is appalling, if we're going to be honest. Let me get rid of that comment, and then I will get some super chats. Tottenham Hotspur's results. So this is since we beat Aston Villa, right? The bottom one you can't see is Galatasaray. We lost 2-1 and we were awful, right? Yeah. Should have been about 12-1. We then put in an absolute shocking performance at home to Ipswich. We then put in a great performance away at City. Then an indifferent performance at home to Roma. Then a stinker of a performance to Fulham. And I don't even know what word I can use for tonight. That was gutless, embarrassing. All of the players. Still, look at that. People make videos about me, mate. People make videos about people like me and you because of that one-Man City game. We are awful.
When we beat Man United, when we beat Villa, when we beat West Ham, when we beat Man City, I got absolutely ripped to shreds. And even people I'm friends with who come on my show regularly, even they questioned me. And I sat there saying, guys, I'm not buying into it. These results mean nothing to me if we can't then go and follow it up. And we failed to follow it up every single time. And I'm now being proven bang on the money with everything I said to those guys and people in the comments on my show, people in the comments on your show and any other show I go on. I don't care who we beat. If you can't go 5 games in the Premier League, just the Premier League, without losing, we can't do it. We simply can't do it. And we don't look like we're going to do it. So when I hear fans say, but we're progressing, but Man City have got injuries, we've got injuries, both teams are collapsing. Man City won 3-0 yesterday, people. They won 3-0 yesterday. So I don't want to hear it. Every excuse now that's existed is dead in the water. No one can tell me we deserved a damn thing tonight. And if I was Areola, the manager of Bournemouth, I'd have them in the dressing room right now, giving them an absolute rollicking why they never put that game to bed. If I was the manager of Bournemouth, I'd be saying, how did you not put that game to bed? And in the 96th minute, you still allowed Spurs to steal a point. Savva, they ripped us to pieces, bro.
I know.
I couldn't believe I was watching. I sat there and I'm like, this is like watching a training match. But my Arsenal mate messaged me saying, Stel, what's going on with your club? I'm like, Andy, what have I been saying to you all season? He's like, yeah, but I didn't realize it was like this. But I've been telling you for months. Now you see it as well. So
look, just before I bring Dan in, sorry, Dan, you're coming in at the worst time possible. I just need to get some super chats. But just before we do that, the worrying thing about it for me still is we're all going, centre-back's injured. The centre-backs weren't the one turning the ball over in midfield time. Kulu in that second half, the number of times he gave the ball away. Do you know he's lost the ball the second most times of any player in the Premier League? So, right, here's the super chats. Big up to John Sweeney, who said Tamworth can't wait to get at us. Tamworth. Yeah, Tamworth manager will be going, right, guys, everyone in our own half, just keep. But do you know what I'd do if I was Tamworth? I'd go out there and sign a couple of trial players, 100-meter sprinters, and just say, right, lads, just stay on the halfway line, get in behind. Big up to you, John Sweeney. NTK94 has said there are Spurs fans who really defend Ange. They don't just defend him; they tell us that we don't deserve him. That you negative fact, you don't deserve Ange, and this is a project and a process. We're getting worse and worse and worse. Big up to you, Blame Dev. Big up to you, always very generous. Said every one of those players and Ange should lower their heads in shame. Play the under-21s against Chelsea. At least they would give 100%. Complete joke. Blame Dev, I am so worried against playing Neto, Sancho, Palmer, Jackson.
They're going to beat us.
So worried.
They're going to beat us. Chelsea will beat Spurs.
They always do.
Dan, let me just
playing well. When's the last time we played well? Sorry, Sam. Sorry.
Yeah, here you go. Spurfict81 has said 4 away wins in over a year. No back-to-back away wins in 14 months. Beaten by Palace, Brighton, Ipswich and Bournemouth. 400 million spent. That's the perfect message, isn't it? I was going to say tweet. That's the perfect message. But yet, apparently, it's an agenda, Spurfict. Apparently, it's an agenda. But big up to you. Thank you very much. A user has said, better off giving 3 points to Chelsea now, Dross. At least that way, we all get to have a Sunday roast and not have the day ruined. Just give them the 3 points. Big up to you. Ricardo has said, very generous, thank you very much, said, ridiculous. Mourinho done before the final. Conte no backing. Ange giving more backing than any of them. We're so backwards. This guy is so clueless. Everyone playing out of position. Can't agree with you more. I just do not rate him in any way. A user has said, sorry, we don't look awful. We are awful. Same crap. Big up to you, A user. Completely agree. Phil Coys, I've been trying to tell you for months, and you've been battling against me. Savva, have patience. Savva, we're going to win 5 in a row. He said, fans telling Ange to F off. New manager now. Look, big up to everyone with the super chats. That is very, very generous. Dan, sorry. Thanks for your patience.
Hold on, mate.
Dan,
I've just watched that crap for 90 minutes.
What you saw tonight, Dan, does it even surprise you anymore?
No, like I said, there's a difference between shock and surprise. I ain't surprised. I mean, to me, the fact that you've got to think about what's been our worst one, and it's not because it's so far back, but because you've got a good list of them, and you've got to compare them as such to what one's been the worst one. To me, that was as bad as Coventry. That was absolutely horrendous. How we only lost that 1-0, I don't know. Inverted wing backs, again, people must be sick of me saying it. I'm sick of saying it, but did he change it? Did he hell? Archie Gray, I feel sorry for you, boy. The way he got picked on again. And then the one I really felt sorry for was Basuma in the middle, having to cover middle, left back, right back. And he actually tried Basuma today. But what's the man meant to do? And then Kulu, 1 minute looks all right. Next minute, he's losing the ball left, right and centre. Solanke, I thought he was this big, hard man that could handle the ball. How many times did I see him get flicked off the ball? I'm talking about 4 times I counted where he got a little shove and he went over. Maddison, down way too easy. He just got the ump and basically stopped playing. Davis was having a respectable game. Dragusin got absolutely shined one. And our man of the match for the 3rd game on the trot was Fraser Forster. Adoji
was terrible tonight, man.
I'm on mute.
He got Clivert. Is it Clivert just bullied him off the ball and just outpaced him, went 1-on-1 with the keeper. And rather than squaring it, he shot it straight at Forster.
Still, he didn't even bully him off the ball. He didn't even bully him. I know what bit you're on about. He didn't touch him. He just totally outskilled him and stripped him up like a kipper, basically.
By the way, guys, just quickly, I've just sent it to you. It's actually, I'm not sure if Stell's in that group anymore. Somebody's you're not in the group still. Somebody has videoed from the away end tonight. Ange coming over. I'll show you the video.
Yeah,
I don't think. Can I be clipped?
No, you can't. No,
it's on somebody's X page. Here you go. Look at this. Right.
No, it's okay. You should be all right.
Right. I'll turn the sound off. I won't show you whose page it is, but you can see there. Ange comes over to the fans, and they are booing, like boo, boo. They are proper booing him.
Savva, can you send me that video?
Yeah,
can you send me the video? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, man. But guys, surely now anybody that was on the fence, anybody that was surely, we've just seen, other than Man City, I've just seen 5 diabolical performances in the last 6 games.
We said in the summer, we need a really good transfer window so that we can build a squad that can challenge for the league top 4, the Europa Cup, and a domestic cup. We don't have the squad. We fell apart end of last season. We then went into a transfer window, which was a joke. Werner gives us nothing. Solanke, he's shown again, he's not the striker. Gray and Bergvall are getting rinsed. They're being thrown in the deep end. They're not ready for it. They're getting rinsed. We do not have the squad. We said we needed to do better. Now, Levy has done what he's always done. Lange has shown he can't manage the funds he's given because what he's brought in is comedy. And Ange has sat there and said, it's on me. I knew what I was signing up for. So now you've got to be held accountable. Levy, Lange, and Ange put us in this situation during the summer. And that's why I said, I'm not on board with this project. I don't care. Ange out, because nothing has changed. The transfer window will tell me if anything's changed. Nothing has changed. Now, here we are in a bad form, losing games, not doing well, fans booing the manager, fans divided. Where have we seen all this before? Where have we seen all this before? Again, we've done it again. A manager that shouldn't be at Spurs, a chairman that doesn't give a shit about Spurs, and a puppet in between trying to buy players. But when we talk about these things and criticize these things, you're not allowed because project, plan, process gets thrown at you. Well,
Tottenham away. Sorry. Doing you a favour. Sorry, Tottenham away. Yeah. I mean, look,
we said this. We've been saying this for weeks, months. How long have we been talking about the stats, the away record? At what point do people say, do you know what? That's actually really bad. That's actually really, really bad. At what point? How many more losses before people that are defending this manager, defending this chairman, defending players that we've signed actually say, do you know what? Maybe I so badly wanted this to work. I was so desperate to not go back to what we've been used to that I've just gone too deep with it, and just pull back a bit and say, do you know what, guys? Maybe you've got a point. Just maybe what you said does kind of add up now.
Can I read you what Anne just said? Right?
No.
I mean, I'm at the stage where I find it listen, I don't hurt as much as I should anymore because these performances are the same. Tottenham boss Ange Postecoglou told BBC Sport, we started well and conceded a really poor goal. It's a difficult place to come when giving the opposition the opportunity to play in the manner they want. It's disappointing. It's something we've done consistently and we always pay the price for it. You think? We started the second half with more conviction. Always be a tough game here. Don't want to give opposition a leg up. We've done that in other games this year and paid the price. This is the bit I want you to hear, guys. This is the bit where I can't stand him. It comes down to us as a collective being a lot more determined to control a game of football and not let the opposition. Guys, isn't this the same manager that said we don't care about controlling games? We want to keep it open.
Yeah, we want to entertain the fans. Because we want to entertain the fans.
Well, then entertain us then. Entertain us then. Where's the entertainment in that? The only entertainment in that is how shockingly piss poor it was, and you sit there laughing at the screen because you can't get your head round. You just think, can we get worse? Yes.
Do you know what, Dan? I actually feel sorry for Ange. And hear me out. I actually feel sorry for him.
Boo!
No, I do. I actually feel sorry for him because I think he genuinely believed he could come here and change it. And he totally underestimated what he's dealing with, where he's at.
League.
And deep down, I think he knows what kind of caliber players he needs. And I think deep down, he knows what's needed. But he can't have that conversation with Daniel Levy because that's not what he agreed when he took the job, because he thought different and he thought he was better than what the Premier League actually is. And I think when
the best league in the world.
When you can't beat Fulham, when you can't beat Bournemouth, when you can't beat Brighton when you're 2-0 up, when you can't beat Palace, you can't beat Ipswich, I think as a manager, you look at yourself and you say, do you know what? I need a hell of a lot more than what I thought of this club. And I feel sorry for him now, man. I feel sorry for him now. I really do. It doesn't mean I want him here. I want him gone. I've told you, I want Levy out, Lange out, and I want them all gone. Everything has to go. But I actually feel sorry for him now because I think inside Savva, I think he's hurting. I think he's hurting and he can't fix it. He can't fix it. He can't fix it.
But where I'm going to refute this, listen, and just so that we're not accused of being an echo chamber, you know, those sort of people that say that. Look, do I expect him to come in and change this club to being a title challenging football team? I absolutely don't. But do I expect him to make us harder to beat than what we've seen in the last year? This calendar year, we've won 4 away games, right? As much as we want to talk about Levy and stuff, this squad is good enough to not.
I'm just getting information that he's turned round. He's having a complete Barney with the away fans.
Yeah. That's what that video was.
Yeah.
He's gone to the fans. He
always seems to do this when we lose. When we lose, he seems to lash out at the fans and have a
I'm just reading about it now, but he's meant to have not just been a little thing. He's meant to have proper turned on them and shouted out some abuse and that. I'm just going by what I'm reading at the minute.
Mate, he'll go. At some point, he will go, right?
Yeah.
When it gets like this, I think too many fans now have gone. Too many fans are now going, even the ones. Look right now, right? We've got 1,500 people watching Negative Savva. 1,500 people. Normally, I would never get that many people. I think people are coming round to understanding this manager is shit. He's talking there about we allow teams to play the game. Well, yes, Ange, you don't play a holding midfielder and you have 2 inverted fullbacks. Of course, we're not going to control a game. But what did he, again, guys, sorry, I'm waffling, so I'm so frustrated. At half time, what did he do to try and change it? Tactics, subs, nothing.
Jack shit.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Look,
can I?
Go on.
Yeah. No, go.
I just think some people need to get their act together and try. I know there's certain things in life you just never understand it until it happens, Sha. Like being a Spurs fan. You might get it, but you never understand it unless you are, yeah? I think some people need to at least get it, not understand it. That it's not that we want to come on here and say, I told you so, I told you this, I told you that, and big it off. See, we was right again and everything. No, we want to be wrong. Same as other people that come on your channel, other people that come on mine, other people that come on Stell's with a group on there. We want to be proven wrong. I hate to say it, but we told you so. And that's not out of liking it as in I told you so, but I named this 13 14 months ago. So did you when you was off it and you sent me a message on there when I'd done that Conte video and you sent me the message where you've been off from it. Dan, you just banged it on the head. Still, you've agreed with me and even been saying it yourself. If he would just change the inverted wing backs crap, I think he would be 25% better off. This man, he's either too stubborn, too naive, or he just has not got a clue. I agree with what Stell said. He underestimated the Premier League. He came over here, swagging his big boots along, and now all of a sudden I think it has really hit him. Yeah, he's a bit above his weight here and what he actually needs. When are people just going to get it? We don't want to be right. We want to be proven wrong. But it's just back to the same shit, same Spurs, different day, different month, different season. And then you've got people saying, I told you so, but it's not because we're enjoying it.
But Stell made a good point.
My rant over.
Stell made a good point. Let's have a look at the last month or two of I'm twisting a tiny bit what you said, Stell, but along the same lines. Let's have a look at the last month or 2 months of Antonio Conte's tenure. Now let's look at the football we played against Galatasaray, Ipswich, Palace, Fulham today. What's different? What exactly is it that everyone's going, oh, yeah, but I didn't like. Listen, by the way, you guys, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. You guys know I didn't want Conte here. But this guy, what's different? What is different? We are sitting 10th in the Premier League. If we lose to Chelsea, which I think we probably will, we're going to be 9 points off the top 4 after 15 Premier League games.
Savva, listen, the one thing fans clinged on to was, but we play attacking football. We look absolute crap. We've looked crap for the last 3-4 weeks.
Look at this.
Well, maybe not Man City. We are all 2 points from Bournemouth, Ipswich. Mate, and
look at that.
Look, what we saw tonight is everything we've been saying for many, many weeks, you know, for coming up to 1 whole year now. We've been saying this, and we're now seeing that the players that we signed that are supposed to take us to the next level, to make the squad better, Gray, Bergvall, Solanke, Werner, they're not the answer right now. They're not. Mm-hmm. And I'll like I said, guys, I'll be stunned if we beat Chelsea. Absolutely gobsmacked. In fact, it'll be the biggest shock result for me.
Oh, do you know what?
Very long time.
If that happens, then I will step down on what I was debating with Savva earlier about the Premier League. It's never a shock; it's a surprise. If we go and do Chelsea, I will be in general shock.
We won't do Chelsea.
And if you're Chelsea, if you're Maresca right now, aren't you licking your lips at the space Spurs leaving behind? Like I genuinely don't get it. I genuinely don't get it today.
But how comes we've seen all this months ago? Sorry, how comes we see this months ago and he can't?
I know.
And then other fans just don't want to see it. Sorry.
Because they're 2 balls deep in with their whole project plan. They believe whatever they're told. Listen, we've got a lot of sheep in this club, you know. Whichever way the media goes, they go. Whatever gives them the most amount of friends, likes, and subscribes, let's just kind of talk about that stuff. There's very few contrarians that actually let's challenge what's being said and we can back it up. There's very few fans that are prepared to do that because you get a backlash when you do it. But most of the time, we're right with it. And just to people in the chat, because I've got to go to set up my show. But just to people in the chat, when I said I feel sorry for Ange, I'm talking on a human level, right? As a human being, I don't want to see him broken. I don't want to see any man as broken. I think he's the wrong man for the job. His tactics are on him. His acceptance of mediocre transfers are on him. And some of the things he says in the media after games are just absurd. That's on him. But just from a human perspective, I think Ange is actually a nice bloke. I think he's genuinely a good man. But that's why I feel sorry for him. But do I feel sorry for him if he gets sacked tomorrow? No, I don't want him here. So I'm off.
Is that true for tonight?
Kula lost possession 30 times.
Wow. Listen, Stell, bugger off. Can you send me
in the league?
Can you send me your StreamYard link again? Yeah, cheers, mate.
I'll be on yours, mate.
Right. Listen, we're gonna go for another 5 minutes and then we'll head over there. I mean, guys and girls, do me a favor. I'm looking for a record here. I've never ever had 1,000 likes. We're on 780. Can we get 200 people to smash that like button? And guys, if 54 of you subscribe, we'll get to 14,500 subscribers and a record number of subscribers in one day. Selfishly plugging myself there, but you've got to when it's your business, right? And please get over to the Hotspur Hood and subscribe to Dan as well. I mean, Dan, the funny thing for me about all of this is in that second half, I thought we came out the first 10, 15 minutes thinking, okay, we've wrestled the game back, you know? Mm-hmm. And then counter-attack, followed by another one, followed by another one. And it felt like every minute, I know it wasn't, but it felt like every 60 seconds, there was another ball, counter-attack. He never does anything to shore it up. He just continues to play this way, and fans continue to go, oh, it's not his fault. We have a better 11 than Fulham, and we have a better 11 than Ipswich and Palace and Leicester and Bournemouth. This shouldn't be happening.
He's a spectacular manager, isn't he, though? You know, he's like that nice fella you were talking to the other day. He's spectacular. He's brilliant, isn't he? He's an excellent manager. He has not adapted. Even the games that I thought he adapted against Man City, I was giving it a chance because it looked like something actually changed on there because we stopped inverting and that. Oh, bollocks, mate. We've done that because Man City made us do it. Yeah. And look, anyone who's got faith in this fella, good luck to you. But just sometimes it takes more of a man to just, you know, like walk away. Sometimes it just takes more of a man to accept it. Look, this season's only going to get worse if we keep him. And yes, I didn't want a new manager. I wanted this to work. Same as everyone does. It ain't happening. It ain't working. It's only going to get worse.
No, look, I completely agree with you. I think for me, I've seen worse managers, but those worse managers didn't have anywhere near the level of players that this manager has got. And it's funny, Dan, because what happens, everyone says things to me like in the summer, oh my God, Solanke's perfect for Spurs. Son's still got it. God, Kulu's world-class. Maddison's great. Basuma's a great centre mid. Sar's been really upskilled. Bentancur's brilliant. Porro, this, that. But then when we start putting in performance like this regularly, it's, but he wasn't backed and he hasn't got the play. Sorry, are we saying that Bournemouth manager's been backed? Are we saying...
How many have been backed as much as he has? I mean, he's definitely had a say in his players. He wanted Werner again. He obviously got offered him and he wanted him again. I am sure of that. And in some ways, you can say, no, maybe he hasn't been backed because I'm pretty sure any normal manager, even a substandard football manager person, championship manager, how when I used to play it when I was like 8 years old, would understand, right, I've got my 40 million youth basically, now give me my 40 million player.
Yeah.
But no. So I've got no sympathy for the man because he won't adapt. And some of the stuff he says after that, let alone shoot yourself in the foot. He might as well take the back of his bloody head out. He does himself no favours. You don't go and draw a game against one of the worst teams in Italy at the moment and then come out with, but entertainment.
I know.
And then go on a game like this, and the fans turn on you a bit, and then go and have it out with them on the stadium because they're booing them. What do you want the fans to stand there and do? Start clapping and say we succeeded in life? Oh, he's got to go.
I've been saying it for ages. I do not like this manager at all. It's absolutely terrible. He's got one win in his last 6 games. Look, guys and girls, I want to thank everybody. Masses of people. Look, unfortunately, we couldn't get you a win tonight. I said before the game I wouldn't give a score prediction. Dan gave you one. Dan was terribly wrong, so Dan can be the villain this week, not me. What happened to you 2-2, mate? I got the feeling we could have played all night and not scored. But look, please join us. We are going to go over now to Tottenham away. Dan and I will be jumping on there. I've redirected everyone. Before we go, I hate Marmite. I love Marmite. I prefer Bovril, but I do like Marmite. I said, if Davis is injured, we have to play a right back at centre back. Mate, again, squad building was absolutely atrocious. Truly atrocious. Jason Mills, big up. I said, Savva, on my way home now. I'm Spurs through and through, but now it's time for change. Cheers. Fair play, Jason, for you going to Bournemouth. Fair play to you to watch that absolute tripe that Spurs put on yet again. tripe manager, tripe tactics, just awful. Big up to you, Jason. That's very, very kind of you. And then a user has come back in and said, breaking news, Santa in talks for the manager's job. I'm all for it. I'm all for Chris Kringle being our manager.
Mate, bring me back Christian Gross.
Do you know what?
That's how bad I think this...
Dan, at least Santa will give us more presence in midfield.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's
will.
a brilliant dad joke. Come on. Right, guys. I'll see you all later. Thank you very much.
Later.
Take care. And, oh, God, come on, you Spurs.
Mate, I'll see you on Stills.
Yeah.